Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter, joined as always by my co-host, my sister, and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from a foggy ghost town, discussing the 2006 supernatural horror film, Silent Hill. This film was directed by Christophe Gans from a screenplay by Roger Avary. An avid admirer of the video game series, Gans sought to create a film faithful to the source material, while also exploring the lore in a way satisfying for all audiences. Silent Hill offers a visually dazzling experience for the viewer, with elaborate environmental shifts, awe-inspiring atmosphere, a competent cast, captivating creature design, masterful music choices, and memorable moments of the macabre. While reviews were mixed at the time of its release, the film would make over $100 million at the box office, inspire a sequel with another on the way from Gans almost 20 years later, and is often praised as one of the better video game adaptations ever made. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Sigrid Toland, Molly Gerhardt, Noreen S., John Ramos, A Lizard, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Jill, Jeanette, Scott Troutman-Wise, Kate, Kimberly Bass, Jason Chastain, Half Price Horror, and Amy Dixon. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, Silent Hill. What were your first impressions on the film?
So I don't remember the exact first time I watched this movie, but I know I've seen it quite a few times. When this came out, it was a little, I was on vacation somewhere, but so I know it had to be after 2010, but I remember watching this and being very in awe about being in Silent Hill, because the original game came out in 95, and I remember playing that and the second one, and I love the Silent Hill game series. I've watched your sister play a few of them. She's played them for me, and I've sat here and watched her. I had to special order the second game again just so that I can have a copy of it. The game, watching the movie, it was like, oh shit, I'm in Silent Hill. Watching it now, there's a little, I think, knowing a lot more of the lore and kind of understanding the games. There's a lot here that they do borrow from the games, but there is a lot that they change. The movie I do still really like. It is one of the better video game adaptations. But there is some choices that are made that I was just kind of like, okay. It's a horror movie. You know what I mean? We got to fit some things in there from tropes from horror movies that are in all of them. But I mean, really, I think they did a really good job of capturing the atmosphere of Silent Hill, of being there, or like what it would be to visit there and then get lost and just like, oh, I fucked up.
I fucked up.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, yeah, you did. No, I completely agree. I don't remember the first time I watched this either. But I am as well a huge fan of the game series. I remember the first one I ever played was The Room, Silent Hill 4. And after that, I was like, I need all of these. I love it. I loved PT. I'm still upset. I can't wait for whatever they're doing with 2 right now. I really, really love the game series. And so watching it, especially watching it as a teenager, because I know, again, I don't remember the first time I watched it, but I remember watching it a lot when I was probably about 19 or 20, like watching it quite consistently and really loving it. And with my friends, like doing the jerky, like nurse movements and stuff, like, but I'm consuming it as a Silent Hill fan. And so I'm just happy to be in the fog. I'm just happy to see these creatures that I have fought in games or run away from in games. You know what I mean? I don't think that I'm necessarily zeroed in on the story that they're telling at this time. And now watching it for the story, like you were saying, John Paul, there is lore that is, I'll say, borrowed and kind of manipulated to fit a new story that they're telling.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But watching it and trying to divorce myself of what I know and what I love of the games, I don't know genuinely if I would know what the fuck's going on. if you've never played Silent Hill, if you're only like vaguely aware that it is a video game or whatever, I don't know if you could just sit here with no prior knowledge or anything and not be like, what the fuck was that?
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. I think that you said it best in your intro, T, because when you do adapt something that is so beloved, and it is by many, many people, you walk a fucking tightrope into pleasing them and paying respect and doing that story justice, and also making it palatable, making it accessible for a new audience that it's not beloved. They don't know what the hell this is. And so I think that the creature work is incredible. It really is watching something that you love come to life. And a lot of respect was paid in that regard. But I don't know. Again, I would love to speak to people who don't know the games at all, what they think of this movie. Because again, I don't know that the storyline is like super coherent if you don't already know what's going on. And there are a couple characters that I'm like, why the fuck are you here? Like, y'all don't need to be here at all. And whenever that happens, it does piss me off. And I like the actors, but I'm like, your characters are superfluous.
We will talk about that, and you will not be surprised by what I tell you.
Okay. Well, I can already see where we're going with that, and I'm not surprised. But overall, I think that, and we were talking off mic, and I'm like, I don't know objectively if this is a good film or not. I know that I like it. I know that I still get enjoyment out of it. I know that I loved it when I was younger, being a big fan of the series. But is this objectively good? I don't know. I really don't. But I still have fun with it, even if some of the story I'm like, well, I don't know about that part.
Yeah.
But it's still a good time. And again, just visually, maybe it's a case of style over substance. Maybe that's a little too far because the story isn't bad, but we'll talk about it.
I, like both of you, I do not remember the first time I watched this film. I did watch it at some point when it was new-ish. I don't know if Nay and I watched it together on some haunted DVD or something. Because it's gone. I don't remember anything at all.
Yeah.
But, well, it wiped our memories after we saw it. But I remember I liked it well enough.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't something that I was like, I need to run back and rewatch that a million times. But it wasn't something like, I will never watch this again.
Yeah.
But it did absolutely take on a much more special meaning to me, and I would like to just take us on a very short detour very quickly.
Okay.
So you both remember because you were there.
Yeah.
But back in 2021, we were very graciously invited to be guests on Horror Queers.
Yeah.
And we were given kind of like a little list of films to choose from that we could choose as the subject of the film that we would discuss. And the list was there, and you both saw Silent Hill, very indicative of your fandom of the video game series. That was kind of settled then and there. And I really didn't have much of an attachment to Silent Hill. I had maybe played a few games like a little bit.
Yeah.
Watched more playthroughs than I played because I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to horror games.
Games are scary.
They
though,
are.
man. Yeah.
I watch Reneé mostly.
Yeah.
But rewatching it for the show, I actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And so, very interestingly, the episode that we did on Horror Queers released on the 15th anniversary of Silent Hill, which just so happened to also be my 30th birthday. And on this birthday, I was given the greatest gift I have and will ever receive, because this is the episode that Jules listened to, and that's how we met.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's like cosmic.
Yeah.
Very much. But to make a very long and incredibly lovely story short, because we do have a lot to get to today. And I could talk about Jules for hours. We all know.
Just throw your script out.
All right, yeah. We're not talking about Silent Hill anymore, guys.
It's a bait and switch.
But we met, we became acquainted, we fell in love, and the very wonderful thing that I was very excited to share is that as everyone is listening to this episode right now, Jules and I are currently in Belgrade, Serbia, meeting each other for the very first time. And 3 years later, if we are able to navigate 3 different countries' bureaucracies, we will be getting married this week.
Yeah.
Thank you. But before I get to my first impressions in a more detailed way, I just want to thank Joe and Trace over at Horror Queers for facilitating that meeting through this episode. I want to thank both of you for bringing me on this journey with you and for keeping me here and and choosing Silent Hill as well.
Yeah,
Of
man.
course.
I want to thank all of the friends of the show who have constantly supported us throughout this entire journey as it continues. And to Jules, I just want to say, Bolshoye spasiba, moja любовь, я люблю тебя безмерно и бесконечно, моя вторая половинка. Thank you. I love you so much. But
Yes. As we all dab our eyes a little bit.
my first impressions.
Yes.
This film, I really enjoy it. Special feelings about the film aside, I think that it is just a wonderful atmosphere that is cultivated in this film.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Silent Hill, the video games, to maybe compare it as accurately and as competently as you both.
Yeah.
But I do know that maybe I am somewhere between what Gans was talking about of like the neophyte and the fan.
Yeah.
But I think that I appreciate everything that they did as far as the effort is concerned to make it faithful. And I also appreciate the efforts that they made to make it accessible, like you said.
Yeah.
I really, really love the music,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
the way that it's used. And I know we were talking off mic, and I do have a little bit about the music a little bit later, but it is mostly derived from the games,
Yes.
if not completely.
Mm-hmm.
The production design is a sight to behold, and these shifts in environment that are just amazing to witness.
Yeah.
But I will say, and it's ridiculous to me because I feel like if you look at it on just like a basic level, the story starts very simple.
Yeah.
It's a very simple story, and then somewhere along the way we get very strangely convoluted.
Convoluted, yes.
But, and I will flat out say, and again, we talked a little bit off mic, the center of this film is the greatest part of it.
Yeah.
Getting to explore and experience everything that is Silent Hill, a couple of these different worlds, but the beginning is a little difficult. The ending, I will need explained to me. But what's odd is that there is something very cozy.
Mm-hmm. There is.
It's something, I don't know if it's just a matter of the fog, just a matter of this feeling you get, but there is something very, very, you want to return to this film.
Oh, yeah.
And I think even if you weren't necessarily playing a lot of it, you did watch a lot of it.
Yes, I did.
And I think that all of us kind of being submerged.
Yeah.
In this world with the music and with, I mean, it is no mystery why it is comforting. I mean, we all were really exposed to this universe at a pretty young age, especially you, John Paul.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, it makes sense why it would feel cozy and why it would, because they really do a great job of kind of recreating this world that we are used to.
Yeah.
And you do feel the respect that they have for it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Even with the things that they do change.
Yeah, they do, and it does. That is the strong suit for me about the movie, because, and again, the music too. They use so much. I know you mentioned it, but they use so much. I think it's from the first 4 games, but it goes back and forth so many times from the songs and from the different games. But it fits so good, and that's another thing that helps to keep you in this world and keep you like, oh shit, I am in Silent Hill, or shit gonna change around here, you know, because the music, when you play the games, it keeps you and it sucks you in and keeps you in the moment. It keeps you tense, it keeps you scared. And then watching the movie, once we do get there and the music is constantly going, it's like, oh, I'm in Silent Hill.
Yeah.
And the camera work.
Yeah.
The choices they make, it's very, very incredible.
I did appreciate that it doesn't get stuck over your shoulder when you're trying. I liked that, Jane.
I know there's an item there. Yeah. I can see it shining.
Please.
But I did want to talk a little bit about the production.
Okay.
I got all of this information from Path of Darkness, which was a making of featurette.
Oh, very nice.
The production notes, an article in IGN, an article in comingsoon.net, and an article in the French publication Excessif.
All right.
So the beginnings of this film can actually be traced back to 2001, when Gans was making his film Brotherhood of the Wolf with producer Samuel Hadida. They had actually, and it was very interesting, I read in the production notes, they met in 1982 because Hadida was in charge of a distribution company that was distributing Evil Dead in France. And Gans was premiering his first short film, Silver Slime, which was actually a giallo and an homage to Mario Bava.
Okay.
So great taste. But that's how they met in 1982, and then they went on to work on a few films together, including Silent Hill.
Yeah.
But at the time when he was making Brotherhood of the Wolf, Gans had been playing Silent Hill. He had mentioned that he had it on his PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
But it had come out just a couple years ago. And so he's playing it, and it's practically brand new. And only a few hours into it, he realized that he's playing something very captivating, terrifying, and wholly unique. And so he's thinking to himself, with these visuals, with this atmosphere, this could be a very interesting cinematic experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he tells Hadida about it, and having known each other for years and having long held this desire to make a horror film together, they thought, this is it. And so, unfortunately, the difficulty came about when they had to convince Konami that they were the right people to take on this task.
Right.
And so, for years, they're sending letters, they're sending emails, they're trying to get into contact with them, and it's taking forever, and they're just not getting any kind of response at all. And they come to find out that throughout this process, they're actually competing against many major film studios.
Oh, wow.
And understandably, the creators of the game don't want to just give the rights away.
Oh, yeah.
They want to choose the proper people that will tell their story and show this game the respect it deserves.
Yeah.
And so Gans, he even mentioned in an interview that he was up against Paramount, Sam Raimi, and Tom Cruise.
What the fuck?
Get him out of here.
Yeah, one of those names I really wasn't
Yeah,
Well, there's Running. He's
yeah.
Okay.
But Gans was able to win them over because he created a 37-minute presentation on video with Japanese subtitles.
Okay.
Explaining why he was the perfect person to adapt this material, what he understood about the game, all of the different representations of creatures and characters, what everything means, the different worlds. Like, he went into detail. And so it was Team Silent who he sent it to, and all the other creators involved in the project at the time, because I know the creators shifted as the game series went on.
Right.
But they took it to the Konami board of directors, and they all felt that Gans was the only director who grasped the essence of the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say, obviously, I don't know the motivations of anybody else that was bidding on it, but I'm sure they can tell when it's a cash grab.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this person is like, no, I fucking love this game.
Yeah, and though I would have loved to see Sam Raimi,
yeah.
Silent Hill, if he's not familiar with the source material, I mean, it also could have just been like, oh, wow, that's very Evil Dead-like, but did you play the game?
Yeah.
Like, do you know what's going on?
But after proving his respect and understanding of the material and gaining the rights to the film,
Yeah.
Gans came upon the difficult task of adapting it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, as we had mentioned in the intro, the difficulty of adapting this material to where it is respectful to the material and to all the fans of it, but also making it accessible for audiences who don't know it
Yeah.
to appreciate and understand it as well. And he had said in the making of, he said, a game's a game and a film's a film. So there was kind of this separation there, but also still this drive to bridge the gap.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other difficulty arrives because there is also a balancing act, which we'll get to, of having to deal with 4 worlds
Yeah.
in this narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And so what Gans decided to do is he brought in the screenwriter, Roger Avary, who did some uncredited rewrites on his 1995 film, Crying Freeman. But you may recognize the name because he also won an Academy Award for getting a story credit, at the very least, on Pulp Fiction.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
If you ever heard the story of Tarantino working at Video Archives, he worked with Roger Avary.
Okay.
Wow.
And they worked on a lot of those early projects together, too. But Avary loved the video games as well. And in the production notes, he even mentioned playing Silent Hill and the story of it as it unfolds actually bringing him to tears.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he discussed his desire to both show respect for that material, which he called a beautiful piece of art, which it is, and also disassemble the pieces of it to build something unique for this new medium.
Yeah.
And to score a little more brownie points for you guys for Christophe Gans, he had said in an interview, he was asked, because Roger Ebert very famously went on record and said that video games are not art.
What?
Yeah, and they asked Gans what he thought of that, and his first response was just, fuck him.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what they say.
Yeah. Speak ill of the dead. Speak ill of the dead. But in their quest to maintain this faithfulness to the material, Gans had talked about intentionally calling upon elements from the first 3 games. He said that he was trying to capture the look of and atmosphere of Silent Hill 2, which was his favorite,
Okay.
but taking more of the story elements from 1 and 3 to inject into this film.
Okay.
But Avary and Gans actually studied every single detail of the games and the imagery and creature design and all of it to remain as faithful as possible, down to the movement and placement of the camera when you're playing the game.
Yeah, it happens a few times.
That's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
He had actually brought in a friend of his called Nicholas Boucraif, and he's a film director in his own right, but he was actually Zhuovsky's assistant from 85 to 87.
Oh, shit.
But he was also a huge fan of Silent Hill. And so they came together with these ideas of what to include in this film. And one of the things that they did is they didn't play it for a little while. And they came together and they were like, what do you remember about Silent Hill?
Yeah.
And it was a matter of kind of almost recalling a dream. And these elements that you have ingrained in your mind from that experience are bound to be the very important things that you should put in the film.
Yeah.
But Avary made the distinction between him and Gans. He said that Gans wanted to stay faithful to the material itself, while Avery wanted to make sure that the spirit of the material was found in the work.
Okay.
And so that's where we kind of get to some of these changes.
Yeah.
And they talked about needing to make these changes in order to suit their narrative and the characters that they created. And through their film, you do see an injection of themes of motherhood, of femininity, and maybe even a little critique or commentary of religious extremism.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. And in another effort to stay faithful to the games, Gans said that they worked hand in hand with Akira Yamaoka,
Okay.
who was the composer and sound designer of Silent Hill, and that he checked everything that they did.
Very nice.
Yeah.
One thing I will say that I don't know if it's exactly true, but Gans said that he had hoped to bring the story of the games, which he said took place more in the background, into the foreground for the film.
I can see that. I think he's referring to like what happened in this town
Yeah.
instead of necessarily following your character and what they're going through.
Okay.
So yeah, I can see that for sure.
Yeah. But in the game, everybody you meet tells you what's happening.
Okay.
That's true.
But they did say that they wanted to have a simple story as a hook, because with everything going on that's surreal and ambiguous and even a little convoluted, to have this anchor of something simple to latch onto is good for the narrative.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we get, in all fairness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he did cite a lot of influences of everything from David Lynch and David Cronenberg to Dante's Inferno
Okay.
to Salvador Dali and Francis Bacon. It's a very layered film stylistically, but then again, so is Silent Hill.
Yeah.
But I think that we can all agree there's an incredible amount of work that went into it, an amazing collaboration of a lot of artists and minds. And my personal associations with it aside, I think that they came up with something really cool and really special.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
But let's talk about Silent Hill. Now, before we have our revenge on this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's enter the town. So the film begins with production vanity plates, accompanied by very familiar strummed chords, as well as an eerily arpeggiated plucking of strings. And one production logo begins in a gray haze before being overtaken by darkness and grime.
Submersion.
You got it.
Yeah.
I love that very much.
Yeah.
I know we all do. I did want to talk about the music very quickly because we already start with a little bit of a tease of that.
Yeah. This is from the first game.
Right. I read that this song, this little musical cue, that it appears in every game except for Origins in some capacity.
Okay, yeah.
That's badass.
Yeah.
So it's like a little indicative of, again, them being so faithful to the series.
Yeah.
That they're like, we have to have this.
Yeah.
But the music was composed by Akira Yamaoka, who we mentioned in the intro, the composer and sound designer for the video games, as well as a guy called Jeff Dana. But Yamaoka, I read in this interview in Fact Mag, he had said that his biggest inspirations musically were Goblin, Trent Reznor, and Angelo Badalamenti.
Okay.
Oh,
And you can kind of hear that.
Yeah.
And he said his favorite film is Suspiria, which is fantastic.
all
Yeah.
right.
But he had said that he didn't want to change very much from the video games at all, and he wanted to make the music sound similar, if not identical, to the games. And he had mentioned that he didn't want to make a film score. Rather, he wanted to make the film feel like a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I feel that like it doesn't feel like a film score.
No, it does a really good job, and I know I said it earlier, but of keeping you in Silent Hill.
Yeah.
It keeps you where it needs you to be.
And I think that it's one of my favorite parts of the whole film because it does take on an otherworldly feeling a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And it is an otherworldly thing that we're kind of dealing with here.
Yeah.
But Yamaoka had said that Gans had used temp music from the games during production while they were filming just to make sure that everything vibed properly with what they were trying to create. And we had talked a little bit off mic, but Gans actually did set up televisions on set, and they would actively play the game and even take some ideas from it as they were creating the film.
I love that.
That's really cool.
But the opening music gives way to a foreboding orchestral ascent before dipping to silence as the opening credits begin. Over the black background and white text, we hear the frantic voice of Rose Da Silva, played by Radha Mitchell, screaming her daughter's name into the night. Her cries for Sharon echo through the darkness as she stands in her night clothes right in front of the glass patio door of her home.
Rose, Radha Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
So I remembered her from Pitch Black in 2000.
That's right.
Yeah. But she also was in Man on Fire in 2004. Then she did The Crazies in 2010.
It's actually very good.
I wanted to watch it. That looked pretty interesting. And then London Has Fallen in 2016.
Very good.
I read in the production notes that Gans had said that he wanted really subtle actors that could provide a nuanced performance. I think that is accomplished. I do think that maybe some reactions later on are too nuanced for what's for what's happening right in front of us. But Radha Mitchell had said that she got the script and it scared her so bad that she had to stop reading it.
Oh, wow.
And she said she got like 10 pages in and was completely freaked out and picked it up like a week or two later and had to read it in the sun because she said it freaked her out. But Gans had said that to him, she's a cross between Grace Kelly and Mia Farrow.
Okay.
All right.
And he said once like he met with her, there was nobody else.
She does a really good job.
She does.
She does. One thing that everybody kept talking about in the production notes and in interviews is just Gans's encyclopedic knowledge of film.
Yeah.
And so I'm not surprised that he's...
Yeah.
But in a low-angled shot, Rose calls up to the balcony of her home, where Chris Da Silva, her husband, played by Sean Bean, stands shirtless in the shadows.
It's Sean Bean.
It is, yeah.
It is.
He's in too many things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in a lot of really incredible stuff. He always brings it. I don't want to say the word wasted, but I feel like when you get a Sean Bean,
Mm-hmm.
he's not properly utilized in this film to me at all, to the extent where I don't think that she needs a husband in this film. I don't think that he needs to exist in this film. Maybe that's a little harsh, but he seems very superfluous to me. I know we even talked about this on Horror Queers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say why are you here, but this isn't about you. He is capable of so much. He is such an incredible actor. It feels forced.
Okay.
And I mean, he does very well with what he's given.
Exactly. But
He always
what is he
does.
given?
But
Yeah.
he's just not given what he should for having Sean Bean here.
Yeah.
As the film goes on, we'll see how he's integrated more into the narrative, but it would not and should not surprise you at all. But Sean Bean, in the original script, the character of Chris was only there at the beginning as we see him here and at the very, very end. But it was studio mandated that he became a more prevalent part of the film because the film is dominated by women characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the studio said that it needed a little bit more of a male element to it.
No?
No.
I wonder if anybody could hear me rolling my eyes because it was pretty loud.
And I will admit, Gans himself said that even in re-watches of the film, his own film, he said he never found the scenes with Chris or any of that part of the film useful.
It's not necessary.
One does not simply put a man in a movie. He's not needed. He's here. And I get it. For something that happens, yes. But if he wasn't here, you're right. It doesn't make a difference. He's here for some cool stuff, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's basically Gans, and there is a really cool moment later.
Yeah.
There is.
But Gans said that it's not worth what the subplot does to the film.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
He even suggested taking all of Sean Bean's scenes and putting them on like a special like deleted scene thing on the DVD, and TriStar was like, no.
Why not?
But Rose asks Chris if he can see anything at all, and after a moment, Chris bellows, "She's there!" and he rushes downstairs as Rose already takes off running down an adjacent path.
It is interesting to me, and I could be reading too much into it, as I often do. But her running off to find Sharon, and when we leave that shot of them, he's still in the house, kind of disconnected, and she and Sharon are off. I did find that a little interesting.
Okay.
And I don't know if it was purposeful, but having seen the movie already and then watching it, I was like, that's interesting.
All right.
But on her way down a grassy hill, Rose finds a discarded teddy bear, and she picks it up as she continues her descent, her calls for her daughter ringing ragged from her throat. The camera dips down to find Rose traipsing through trees in the night before finding her way underneath a bridge as the beaming headlights of cars pass by overhead. In the bridge, this little tunnel, there are two names of graffiti that it really does focus in on for a second. One of them is Paul and the other one is Cheryl. I don't know if Paul means anything at all.
Cheryl definitely does.
Yeah.
Once we get to a certain point, I do kind of want to talk very, very briefly because there's too much lore to go through all of it. But very briefly on what it kind of seems was borrowed and kind of changed and adapted for the film. But Cheryl is definitely a call to the games.
Yeah.
But Rose stops puzzled, clutching the bear as the cars continue across the bridge, the massive metal frames rattling the structure of it and their engines loudly revving. Worry washing over her, Rose drops the bear, calling out to Sharon again as she exits the tunnel, climbing over rocks as water rushes next to her in a nearby stream, and we follow her overhead. We find that the stream ends in a flowing waterfall, cascading into a deep, dark pool of eroded rock down below.
I was like, where do y'all live?
That was your first mistake.
I bet the house was a steal, though.
Oh, yeah. Rose stands at the rocky ledge, peering down. But just across the ridge, as ominous vocals emanate from the score, Rose discovers Sharon, her daughter, played by Jodelle Ferland, standing precariously next to a steep cliff, seemingly in a daze. From above, we see the water furiously rushing into the pool below as Sharon overlooks it, but suddenly, the water begins to glow a fiery orange, opening up to reveal a chasm of metal grates and pipes, grungy and grimy, steam rising and blazes burning. We travel downward until we're on a long metal walkway, and Sharon sees the grinning face of a young girl, her black hair plastered to her pale skin. Seemingly the limit for Sharon, her eyes roll back as she begins to lose her footing, fainting just next to the edge. But before she falls, Rose runs toward her, calling out her name. She catches her daughter in her arms, falling safely together into the grass.
Sharon, Jodelle Ferland. So I recognized her from another movie, but it looks like she did Tideland in 2005, and then Case 39 in 2009, and The Tall Man in 2012.
I feel like was she in The Cabin in the Woods as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She also does some voice work on BioShock 2 as a little sister.
What?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I love BioShock.
Yeah. And I met her one year at Texas Frightmare. She was very nice.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's
Got a picture
right.
with her.
Yeah.
I was surprised that she was only 10
Yeah.
at the time, for reasons that will be kind of evident later. Gans was toying with the idea of having triplets play Sharon's role.
Interesting.
Huh.
But they said that he saw Kingdom Hospital. I did not remember that she was in Kingdom Hospital.
No.
But he watched all 15 episodes over a weekend and was like, that is her. She can do it.
Okay.
And I watched a little making of thing, and he said that when he met her, he was like, you're going to have to do some dark and scary stuff. And she was like, I love that. She was like, yes. Because he was worried that no child would want to do what is asked of her in this film, and no parent would let their child. So he was very worried about it, and it all worked out. She does incredibly.
And there's such a nuance and a difference between what we see from her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. But Chris, however, is playing a game of Frogger on the highway, narrowly avoiding being struck by speeding vehicles as he crosses the road and leaps over the side railing.
I was like, what route did he take? That's not how she got down
No,
there.
why didn't he take the dangerously precarious waterfall route instead of the dangerously precarious road
Frogger
route? But Rose attempts to soothe Sharon as she writhes on the ground, screaming wildly as she squirms from her mother's gentle touches and shushes. Over and over, Sharon screams, "Silent Hill."
All right.
Now,
I was like, I don't know if this I don't know if this movie's good.
Yeah. I was like, well, this is upsetting.
Oh, no.
Things happened really fast.
Yeah. And her screaming Silent Hill.
Yeah.
I think my note was bit heavy-handed.
Yeah, it's a little on the nose.
Yeah.
We gotta get there.
We do. I feel like there's other ways to do that. But Rose attempts to wake Sharon from this nightmare as Chris finally finds them, kneeling down next to his wife and placing a sweet hand to his daughter's cheek, assuring her that they're here now. Sharon finally calms down, and Rose promises that they're going to take her home, but she turns to Chris, asking him what they're going to do. Chris replies certainly that they'll get there. They'll get through this, and they'll find a way. But as they catch their breath together, Rose refuses Chris's assuasions, acknowledging the fact that Sharon said it again. Chris understands, but instead of offering a solution, he just brings Sharon into a hug, Rose joining the embrace as the camera arcs around them, and a large collection of lights in the shape of a crucifix shines very brightly at them from an adjacent cliff. Bit of foreshadowing, I think?
Yeah.
But we fade to black, and through the darkness, against a shattered stone, and amidst flurries of ash through a foreboding fog, we get the title, Silent Hill.
Rewatching it for the show as kind of that I felt about the whole screaming Silent Hill thing.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing this title really did bring me back because it was pretty thrilling.
That's all you needed, just to be like, oh, no, I'm in again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay.
You got the music, you got the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Let's forget about the...
And the song that's playing right here was your sister's ringtone for a very long time.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's Cham now. But
And it will remain.
Yes.
yeah.
It's earned it. But pensive music sounds in the score as we dip to white. We return on a bright morning, Rose walking through the sunlight to find Sharon sitting under a tree, drawing a serene scene of a collection of animals, along with a figure at the center of them. Sharon smiles at her mother, inviting her to see her colorful drawing, and Rose sits with her daughter, Sharon nestling into her mother's lap as she takes the drawing, and with a parent's pride, Rose compliments Sharon's drawing of a lion. The two begin to meow at each other playfully, but as the camera finds them through the grass, Rose reminds her daughter of the special trip they'll be going on soon. Rose asks Sharon if she knows where they're going, and Sharon answers with a confused meow or a negative meow. Or...
She's like, I don't meow. I was like, Sharon, please.
Enough with the cat stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is very serious. It was a dramatic shift, I will say.
It was.
That wasn't fair. That wasn't fair to Sharon.
And she's lucky she got that many. Jackson would have been like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
What are you trying to tell me?
But Rose reveals to Sharon that sometimes, when she's asleep, she goes on little walks, and sometimes she talks about a place called Silent Hill. Sharon appears troubled, as all of this is new to her, but Rose assures her that it's okay. But that's why they're going to go there, so Sharon can remember. Their conversation is interrupted when Rose's cell phone rings, but she snags it from atop her very yellow wallet, looking at the screen and ending the call. A little bit of color theory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I will say the colored pencil that Sharon is holding is very red.
Okay.
Mm.
But Sharon asks solemnly, "Daddy's not coming?" And Rose replies that he isn't, and that it'll just be the two of them. Sharon then rests on her mother as piano keys are accompanied by pleasant pulses of sound in the score, and the camera rises above both of them through the branches as they rest comfortably against the tree in the bright green grass. But their peace is disturbed when a very red logging truck speeds by loudly on the adjacent road. Rose raises her head, awakening her daughter and brushing the hair from her face, asking if she's ready to go. As they walk together across the field into their gray Jeep, the camera arcs around a road sign which is shaped like an opened Bible, and the pages read, Corinthians 6:2-3. Do you not know that we will judge angels? Do you not know that the saints will judge the world?
Well, I don't love how that sounds.
Yeah.
No, not great. It is foreshadowing.
Yeah.
It is, but don't like it.
But at their home, Chris is alone, pacing across the floor of the family office, his phone pressed firmly to his ear as a dial tone rings over and over. Frustrated, he curses, asking Rose out loud what's going on. I will say, it's a little messed up she didn't tell him anything.
So
Yeah.
when they're in this field, in my mind, they had a fight. And she's like, I want to take her to Silent Hill. And he's like, no.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we come back here and he doesn't even fucking know,
Yeah.
that is very odd.
Yeah.
I get he's a busy man. He's the hand of the king. He's always on about some fucking ring. He's on a journey. I get it.
He also
But-
dies a lot.
He dies a lot. But you got to communicate.
Yeah, but I did think it was strange too, because looking at my notes, so he has no idea what's going on.
No.
I was like, what? Why? What was he doing at the beginning? He seemed very concerned. You guys seemed like y'all were dealing with it, and then he's just like, what the fuck?
It's almost like it would have made more sense if he wasn't around at all.
But when he only gets Rose's answering machine, he sets his phone down and opens up Rose's laptop on his desk. The smiling faces of a family photo greet him, his face at the center between Rose and Sharon in the snow, which is interesting. But he opens up the browser and we see recent searches. Silent Hill, with a list of links below, describing the ghost town of Silent Hill and chronicling the Great Mine Fire of 1974. He searches through the browser history, finding a link of ghosttownsofamerica.web, low piano notes accompanying the opening of the page. Through the photographs, he finds one picture labeled Silent Hill, West Virginia. He whispers regretfully to his wife as he pores through the articles, one situating Silent Hill, interestingly, in Gans County.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
But a headline of another article reads, Silent Hill, the tainted town, underground fires still burning today, and worry overtakes him as he hangs his head. I did read that one of the influences on the story of Silent Hill in this movie is the story of the town of Centralia, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And it is somewhat similar, obviously not the supernatural stuff that we'll get to later.
Yeah.
But they used it as kind of the jumping off point in the screenwriting process.
Okay.
And the working title for the film was actually Centralia.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
And whenever they did make it, they had to change it from Pennsylvania, which was their original plan,
Right.
to West Virginia for legal reasons, apparently, they said.
Huh.
Yeah. But we find Rose on the road with Sharon seated in the back seat, the sunlight glowing orange against the wet black asphalt as the Jeep drives on. Later in the evening, Rose stops at a gas station in Brahms, filling up the Jeep under fluorescent lights as Sharon sleeps in the back seat. I will say, I say Brahms because of the restaurant that we were used to as children. But they say this name a lot differently in this film. I've heard Brahms.
Yeah.
If I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry, but I'm just not going to change it.
Yeah.
You say sabotage, and that's fine. No, I've always said Brahms.
I always thought it was
so-
Brahms.
That's what I thought.
Even
Yeah.
Brahms the boy was Brahms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll be all right.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
But as she fills up the Jeep, however, she notices Sybil Bennett, a police officer played by Laurie Holden, riding her white motorcycle across the nearby parking lot, stepping off of it to head inside of Smitty's restaurant. I do want to say Smitty's restaurant is doing too much. It's doing a lot of shit. I don't know if you saw all that it is.
Yeah.
It's a home-style restaurant, and there's also signs for tattoos and body piercings.
Oh.
Also, all-day breakfast, which I guess goes with the restaurant. But there's
Yeah.
also a notary public. live bait, groceries, and beer. What the fuck doesn't Smitty do?
Damn.
Good for Smitty, I guess.
I guess, but the
In this
environment...
economy, you gotta you gotta wear a lot of hats. So do you want a septum ring with your fucking hash brown?
Yeah.
And you apparently need a notary.
Yeah.
So Sybil, Laurie Holden, we all remember her from The Mist in 07.
Yes.
I mean, she did The Majestic in 01, Meat Market in 04, and Fantastic Four in 05. But we all know her from The Walking Dead.
Yes. She, I will say, is my favorite character in this film.
Agreed.
Yes.
She's just so good. I feel like there's something very captivating about her in everything that I've seen her in. And her stepping into the role of Officer Sexy in this film, she's fantastic.
That uniform's not standard issue.
It is not. I have a feeling I know where she bought it, and it wasn't issued to her when she got the job.
Now, she is a character from the first game.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
But Rose eyes Sybil nervously as she creeps into the back seat, retrieving Sharon's sketchbook from the ground to look at it. She flips through the pages, disturbed to discover that what was once a serene scene has been overtaken by long black scratches of crayon, large twin figures reaching to each other with outstretched hands, and in some drawings, rows of these figures staring at the viewer with eerie blue eyes.
Sharon, wake up!
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
How did you do that?
You scared mommy.
We're going back home.
But in one of these revised drawings, Rose finds a structure carved out of the childlike colorings in black, a symbol drawn on its roof, standing out from the deep blue sky and appearing like 4 crosses joined at a circular center and perched on an arch. But this is when Sharon stirs awake, stepping out of the vehicle to join her mother, attributing her sleep to the long drive. Rose wastes 0 time, kneeling down to her daughter's level and asking her why she changed her drawings. She shows them to Sharon, who gasps, promising her mother that she didn't do it. She cries that she doesn't like it, and pressing her small hand to her ruined drawings, she pleads with Rose to know who did it. Just then, Sybil exits Smitty's, and overhearing Rose attempting to comfort a distraught Sharon, she peers across the parking lot at them through her dark sunglasses. Sharon asks if she can sit in the front seat with her mother when they continue driving, and Rose obliges, helping her daughter into the passenger seat before heading toward the front entrance of Smitty's. But as she walks, she passes Sybil, who is making her way directly over to Sharon's window.
I did find that a bit odd. She didn't like morning officer or
Yeah.
night or what, anything. Just
Where are you going?
yeah, I was just like, oh, is something wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're going right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's only one car there,
yeah.
even though the restaurant's full.
We walked.
Shit. Parking in the back.
Yeah.
Smitty's is worth walking for.
Yes.
And I needed something notarized as well. But once inside the crowded diner, Rose walks over to the front desk, telling the gas attendant, played by Amanda Hebert, that she wants to pay for her gas. It seems business as usual, but the attendant stops to look up at Rose when she asks for the best way to get to Silent Hill. Rose says that she can't seem to find it on a map, and the attendant is confused as to why Rose would want to go there in the first place. Rose just tells her that she read about it, and the attendant tells her that the road doesn't go through there anymore. But when the card reader makes a beeping noise at the register, Rose learns that her card was declined. But back in the parking lot, Sybil leans her hand on the front of the Jeep, with her police insignia bright gold against the blue shoulder of her jacket. She calmly asks Sharon through the partially cracked window if everything is all right, and peeking out of the shadows, Sharon replies that she doesn't talk to strangers before rolling up her window. Sybil just smiles, commenting, "Good girl."
That is smart.
Yeah.
And we'll learn the importance of that later.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But as Rose exits the diner, her cell phone rings. She answers it immediately as she steps into the entryway, asking Chris why he cut off the cards and assuring him that it's not going to stop her from taking Sharon to Silent Hill.
I have to ask, is this man cutting off the credit cards while his wife and daughter are out where he has no idea where they are or what they're doing? Is that fucking insane to anybody else?
I think it was kind of very funny to me.
I was like, are you fucking joking?
He put 2 and 2 together immediately with the stuff he found on the computer, and he's like, well, see how far.
He said, not on my watch. That's why, in my mind, who knows what kind of emergency there is. If like, I think that you don't fuck with that. That is wild. But also, I got one good, the road don't go there no more, and these fucked up drawings. Y'all have money. I saw your fucking house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put this little girl in therapy. You do not need to go to this fucking ghost town that you already know is a ghost town because you looked it up online.
Yeah.
I will say we do not like Chris very much, or at least his inclusion in this film.
Yeah.
But also thinking about it, he was not consulted for any of this.
He wasn't okay. So
And he tried calling her.
So
Yeah.
that is what is confusing to me. He wasn't consulted. He didn't necessarily oppose to it because he wasn't consulted. She does this behind his back. And then when he calls her, she's like, you're not stopping me from going to Silent Hill. What is
He's
the
like,
narrative here?
Baby, what's wrong?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense.
It is a bit odd. I understand about if there's an emergency. My thinking was he, like you said, he knows that she's trying to take her there. So he's trying to stop her. I get it, but if you don't have money for gas, you can't get very far. But I mean, that's also your wife and your child.
Yeah.
I think they still need money to be safe, to eat,
Yeah.
to get gas.
And what if also they would like to get home?
No, that's what I'm saying. They still need these things.
Yeah, it's very
He
important.
said, nuh-uh.
I don't agree with what he's done. I think he's only I think he was using it as a tactic for her to call him, but he just ends up
then he
calling
called
her.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's like, she's bound to answer now. They're stranded.
But Chris sits at their desk at home, Rose's laptop still open in front of him. He pleads with Rose to just take Sharon to the hospital, suggesting that she needs constant care and medication. Rose just pushes the door open and walks outside, telling him that the medication doesn't work and that Sharon is getting worse every day. She reminds him that the people at the adoption agency said that Sharon came from West Virginia and Silent Hill is in West Virginia. A piano in the score joins Rose's pledge that she will not give up on Sharon. But Chris asks if Rose has actually read the websites, which she obviously has. You found them on...
Yeah.
Like, have you read that shit?
Yeah.
It's really scary, Rose. But Rose just asks her husband to trust her on this. He tries to continue the conversation, assuring Rose that he loves Sharon every bit as much as Rose does. But when Rose notices Sybil walking near her vehicle, she abruptly ends the call. She just says that she has to go, but Chris alone whispers, I love you. It was very funny to me.
It's too much.
It is, but even with that, just that little bit, what am I supposed to think now of Rose?
Yeah.
You know, he's like, I love you. And she's just like, all right, fuck her. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, dude.
I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah.
But Rose walks past Sybil with her hands in her coat pocket, Sybil asking if she needs any help. Rose assures her that they're fine, but noticing Sybil staring at her wordlessly, she repeats herself before sitting down in the driver's seat. As Rose speeds away, Sybil stands closely to the vehicle, taking a pen and a pad from her pocket to jot down the license plate number as Rose and Sharon return to the road. I feel like maybe we don't arouse suspicion at all.
Yeah.
Given the fucking Exorcist 3, we're fine
Yeah.
treatment to the officer.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, my
It
only
is.
thought was, what a luxury to be so rude to a cop.
No shit.
I was like,
Yeah, no.
maybe, whatever. But this whole thing was very odd. She's not a random woman walking up, like she's a police officer.
Yeah.
And if she's checking, I mean, I would be a little bit like, oh, fuck. Like, I would be nervous.
Oh, yeah.
But I wouldn't be like, we're fine. Like that. I don't know. It's a very weird. Like, she was mean to her husband.
Yeah.
She was mean to the cop lady.
Well, I mean, even just say that. I'm having a rough night.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? We're fine. Okay, obviously you heard me on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Even if not, you heard me grumbling or whatever.
Yeah.
You know that I'm arguing with somebody.
Yeah.
So even that's just like, okay, whatever.
I feel like the officer is here. She is a local. When you ask her,
Honestly.
what's the deal with Silent
yeah.
Hill? The roads don't go there? What's going on? That's where we're trying to go. Why are you being so secretive and weird about? I mean, I don't know.
I think that's the other thing is that literally at this moment, Rose isn't doing anything wrong.
No, but she's
Yeah.
acting like
Yes, you're being very suspicious, and you were, very rude.
yeah.
I think the bloom's coming off this Rose a little bit, but I don't understand her tactic.
Yeah.
But moonlight shines through dark clouds as we find Rose speeding down the road. Letter from the Lost Days plays on the radio as Rose drives, periodically glancing over at Sharon before returning her eyes to the pavement.
There is an aerial shot here while they're driving that did remind me of The Shining.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Take a shot.
Very good.
And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say this is on the third game.
I love this
Oh.
song, I will say. It is a very beautiful track, and it was very surprising to hear it
Yeah.
in this context like this.
Mm-hmm.
But suddenly, sirens wail from behind Rose's vehicle, red and blue lights flashing from Sybil's patrol motorcycle. With no other option, Rose pulls over, a road sign in front of her pointing the direction to Brahms straight ahead and a left to Silent Hill. As Sybil steps off of her motorcycle and traces Rose's vehicle with the beam of her flashlight, Sharon wakes up in the passenger seat. She asks her mother if they're there yet, and Rose laments that they aren't, but she then notices the road sign in front of her, the mist around them catching the yellow light of Rose's hazards. Seeing this as her chance, Rose tells Sharon to keep her seatbelt fastened as she shifts into gear, speeding off to the left towards Silent Hill against Sybil's vocal protests.
What the fuck? Why?
I do not know.
Yeah. Your kid's in the back, man.
And the road does go there.
Does Rose
Oh,
have
yeah.
warrants?
She got something. I don't know what the hell's going on.
But you're right. It literally is a sign that's pointing
Yeah.
to the left, it says, even.
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
I also don't understand why she's running at all.
I think that there's more to the story than we get.
Yeah.
I really do.
Tags are out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, I haven't
okay.
paid registration in like
Okay,
6
yeah,
years, I
then-
think.
Holy shit.
Take the L. Like, get your ticket and then continue to Silent Hill. She's running like she just stole the Declaration of Independence. I don't understand.
And if you want Sybil off your tail
This is not the way to do
Yeah.
it.
and you know nothing about Silent Hill and what happens once you get there,
Yeah.
so you just think you're going to a place
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
that you can be easily found.
Yeah.
But the camera pulls back as Sybil is left alone on the side of the road, and Rose puts her foot on the pedal, whipping through rain as she continues onward. She bursts through a locked fence as Sharon shields her face and screams, driving around a bend as Sybil pursues her.
That's fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And aren't we here to work on your daughter's whatever trauma she has? Like,
Yeah.
You're really adding to it.
No, she is. She's like, hold on, baby. It's like, why? Can't we just can you talk to the officer, please?
Yeah, at what point are you like, oh, I'm endangering my child?
She's screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's horrifying. I would be screaming.
Yeah. She doesn't even remember the nightmares. This is the worst thing she's ever experienced. But suddenly, loud feedback echoes over the car radio, and Sharon throws her hands over her ears, screaming. Rose mashes the buttons on the console to turn it off, but when she looks through the windshield of her speeding car, she sees a shadowy figure in purple creeping their way across the road. Rose swerves out of the way, her tires screeching as the vehicle spins out, running off the road and crashing into a ditch, the impact sending Rose face first into the steering wheel, and we fade to black.
You knew that this was a ghost town.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I feel like the road to ghost towns, the streets, the bridges, whatever it is, you're going to see some ghost shit.
Fair.
Okay.
This figure walking across the road is very textbook. Don't swerve. I mean, you should be prepared to see something like that. You knew what you're getting yourself into.
So you're saying this
Right.
is Rose's fault?
Yeah. I had a different reason it was Rose's fault.
Well, yeah.
She shouldn't have been driving that fast, running
No.
from the cops.
No, that
but,
too.
I mean, yeah, ghosts.
I
as
feel like
well.
whatever way you want to look at it, it's her fault. I'm not saying to plow through the ghost person, but stop the car. They
Yeah.
love crossing the street.
Or
They do that all the time.
sometimes if you stop, they'll push you across.
Oh,
Yeah.
You got to throw a flower on the back of your
Yes,
car.
so you can
though,
see
yeah.
the little hands. I mean,
Yeah.
like, Rose, read.
That's evidence.
Yeah.
Yes.
But sometime later, Rose awakens, collecting herself in the driver's seat, but she peers through her windshield to discover that she's stranded in a deep fog, flecks raining down around her like snowflakes. Before she can make heads or tails of it, she realizes that the passenger's side door is open and Sharon is nowhere to be found. She steps out of the car frantically, calling out for her daughter or anyone nearby who could possibly help her. She then runs down the road, and the camera rises above her to reveal the street entirely deserted and covered in a thin white layer. As a particle falls onto her cheek, Rose picks it from her face, pressing it between her thumb and forefinger and smearing it dark gray against her skin, recognizing it as ashes. She tries to catch her breath, taking a few steps forward and noticing a large sign looming just past the barrier to the road. Amongst the splintered and barren branches and unlit by broken overhead lights, the faded gold letters on the sign beckon, "Welcome to Silent Hill."
Admittedly, I have not been vibing with everything that's happened so far. But I will say, being here among the fog and the ashes and that sign, it's like, okay, I'm ready. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sat.
It did feel very inviting.
Yeah. I did want to talk for a moment about the production designer because she does brilliant work in this film.
Yes.
She's a woman called Carol Spear, and she works consistently with David Cronenberg,
Wow.
either as an art director or a production designer,
Okay.
and has for decades.
Damn.
Like, looking at her credits, there's The Fly, Dead Ringers, The Dead Zone, The Brood, Scanners, Crash, Existence. Like, it's
God damn.
through and through. But her difficulty here, and we'll get to it, of course, a little bit later, is kind of having to create 4 different Silent Hill towns.
Yeah.
And we'll see how they manifest a little bit later, too. But they were talking on that making of, and she had said that they built 106 different sets for this film, and they focused on the textures to differentiate between these different worlds. This world, the fog world, was actually filmed, the exteriors, in a town called Brantford, Ontario, and Spear had said that sections of the town were closed for renovation, and so they kind of just came in and redressed everything and made it look abandoned.
Damn.
And she had said that they had used, of course, and we'll see as we continue through the town, very desaturated colors, gray being prominent. But the very interesting thing about this set that we see, this section of the road is not a real road. It was built in a studio.
What?
Yeah, it took 8 weeks. The mountain was built by hand.
Holy
Damn.
shit.
The road was paved with real asphalt. And it was all a matter of because they needed to be able to control the fog of the environment.
Right.
Ah.
And so they felt that the conditions of the studio were the only way to do that. And so they did build it. And I did read on an article from Animation World Network that though the use of the fog a lot of times is practical, they did augment it with CG, but it is so seamless that you can barely even tell.
Yeah.
They said that the fog becomes denser the further you are from it, and so making it realistic and consistent was very tricky.
Yeah.
But in almost 200 shots, they were able to create this seamless fog between the practical and the CG, and said that the difficulty of it as well was with the motion blur of movement from the real shots that they did. And so a lot of times they would rotoscope around the person in the fog, And with Radha Mitchell, throughout several sequences that we're about to see, they had to re-add elements digitally. And so sometimes parts of her hair are digital.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just amazing work, and you can't even tell.
No.
But Rose makes her way into the town, her footsteps creeping through fog, eerie notes in the score her only company. She passes old buildings, the quiet and stillness of the town living up to its name. Pharmacies, dry cleaners, hotels, restaurants, pubs, clothing stores, all decrepit and deserted. The camera swirls around Rose as she calls out to her daughter once more, but to her shock, she spies a small figure running across the street at a distance. Assuming it to be her daughter, Rose calls out, chasing after her, begging for her to wait. I don't have children, but this is wild. I would be so pissed.
Yeah.
As, I understand we came here when we said we were going to go, and maybe you got a little eager and wanted to explore, but you can't
absolutely fucking not.
run away from daddy like that.
No.
Sweetheart. But the score scratches and scrapes rough percussion as the small figure, which we now see is wearing a purple dress, leads Rose down an alleyway and through an empty neighborhood. The camera finds Rose through the torn remains of a baby carriage as she continues her pursuit of the figure. Her search leads her to a narrow staircase, which she peers down, calling out for Sharon before creeping a few steps in. The walls are gray, with patches of paint torn away to reveal the dark brick underneath, and Rose holds the railing nervously as she continues. But before she can make her way down, she stops dead in her tracks when a siren begins to wail overhead. Its incessancy puzzles Rose for a moment, and she gazes upward at the pale gray sky before continuing her descent, now merely a silhouette against the low light at the top of the staircase. But in a matter of moments, the light begins to fade, engulfing Rose and the entire town in darkness. When Rose reaches the bottom of the steps, she snags a lighter from her coat pocket, flicking it on, and in the low orange glow of the flame, she asks, "What's happening?" The walls around her now appear to be covered in a thick layer of grime, ancient, acrid, rusted, and repulsive. The camera rises above Rose as she rounds the corner, shielding her small flame from air and dripping water. Industrial percussion echoes in the score as Rose surveys her surroundings, calling out to her daughter.
It's like, is there a rave happening down here tonight?
This town's pretty all right.
What the hell is this?
These aerial shots that we see are how you see in some areas in the first game as well.
It feels like a video game.
It does.
I did, and you set me up perfectly. I did want to talk about the cinematographer.
All right.
A guy called Daniel Loudston. He is a 2-time Academy Award nominee.
Okay.
And he's worked a few times with Guillermo del Toro.
Okay.
But he also shot Brotherhood of the Wolves for Gans.
All right.
Okay.
But he said that these sequences were shot with a crane to mimic
Very nice.
that exact thing that you said.
You feel it.
Yeah.
But Rose stumbles, clattering into a metal trash can, but continues her search along a long pathway framed by metal fences, and we follow her in a Dutch angle. But she stops in an alley when she finds what appears to be a cart. She waves her lighter over it, discovering, to her horror, that the cart is carrying what appears to be a body bag.
I think we fucked up.
Yeah.
It's at this point, well, probably even before this point, that I'm like, maybe Chris was right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he was right. If he said not to go, because I'm still not clear on that.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't even pay off any monsters I meet here because fucking he turned
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So bribery's out.
But when she hears movement on the other side of the fence, she quickly turns around, only able to spy the small figure running away from her yet again. Still assuming it to be Sharon, Rose chases the figure through a labyrinth of chain link fence, but she reaches what appears to be a dead end of locked fences, the figure escaping once again. But right in front of her on the ground lies a mess of what appears to be intestines. Rose fearfully raises her lighter, and above her rests the remains of a body, its torso torn open and raining viscera over what used to be its legs. Its arms are secured in a crucifix pose, and a gas mask sits on its head, the high collar of its protective suit shielding its face, and the large eyes of its goggles appearing like the eyes of an insect. And through those eyes, we spy Rose in a POV shot, terror etched on her face when she hears sounds of breathing emanating from behind the mask. We then see the eyes of the victim, staring widely and unblinking at her as she clutches her chest, but behind her, a small figure the size of a child lurches disjointedly towards her, its body a gray shadow, its feet march crookedly against the wet ground, the plodding of it getting Rose's attention. As she turns around, the figure raises its round head, reaching out its arms and letting out a pained shriek as its eyes widen and its cheeks and limbs glow a grim orange from under the darkness of its dead skin. This is the Gray Child, played by Yvonne Ing.
These things are terrifying.
Yes, they are.
And I promise I won't do too much more, but the man on the fence is from the first game as well.
Oh, that's awesome. And do more.
Yeah.
All right.
I know that she's busy right now, but
Yeah.
she doesn't give a fuck about this dude. It's
No.
like there's someone in there. So the Gray Child.
Yes.
This creature, I do remember reading, was the creature designer's favorite design in the whole film. Yvonne Ing was actually recommended for the role by the movement coordinator, who did a lot more stuff, who I know we are going to talk about later. But Roberto Campanella recommended her for this. It was 2.5 hours of makeup in a foam, latex, and silicone bodysuit with the head put on top of it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
I say head put on top of it. The costume was completely sealed.
Yeah.
And she said that she constantly had to use the restroom, so they added a flap to the back so that she could use the bathroom.
Oh, wow.
Like the old school pajamas?
Yeah. But they added kind of the skin situation that's going on that was added in post. And so in the special features, seeing her move around in this like gray, like mottled, the paint was fantastic on it. In that, they show them taking the mask off of her, and she has a big smile. I wrote down what she said because I was like, what the fuck? She's smiling, and she goes, quite honestly, I didn't think I was going to survive.
Oh, my
But she
God.
said it just like that. They talked a lot about how the performers, like the creature performers, never complained. Like everybody was game, everything that they wanted to try. But the way she was just like, fuck, like I thought I was going to die in there. She was just so happy. And Rhoda Mitchell said that she was terrifying. She never saw Yvonne Ing's face during filming.
Really?
She only saw her as the Gray Child.
Man, that would be scary as fuck.
Yeah.
It's like, I know there's a person in there, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Well, and she would have to help her too because she could barely see in the costume. And when they were putting it on her in the featurette, he was like, you have to be louder than that. You have to be louder than that.
Oh.
And you could tell she's yelling in there, but it's so muffled because it's a fucking full sealed mask.
Yeah.
So she said that she would have to kind of like guide her. And when they were working together, Rhoda Mitchell was the only one that she could really hear because she was right next to her. So they had a working thing going on, but yeah, she never got to see her.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
You hear about a lot of actors who intentionally try to avoid seeing just so they can be, like, I guess, extra scared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
If I'm remembering correctly, Bill Skarsgård did that in It.
That's right.
In chapter 1, I mean, after they were hanging out and stuff, but before they shot that scene together, I think that he was like kind of hidden from them. And it's interesting because Roberto Campanella did movement choreography in It as well.
No shit.
Yeah.
All right.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
And we'll learn even more.
Yes.
But Rose screams at the sight of the monster, only for it to be joined by more small ashen figures just like it. They descend upon Rose as she claws against the surrounding fence, pleading for help and searching for a way out. The Gray children tear Rose's jacket from her, but she's able to break away from them, rushing toward a door at the end of the alley. The camera glides over the fencing, revealing what appears to be a courtyard filled with dozens of Gray children in pursuit of Rose. But Rose forces her way through the door, bursting through it and clattering to the floor. She's stunned for a moment, her hearing dipping to muffled sounds of ringing and her own ragged breaths as she attempts to drag herself away from the encroaching gray children. She screams wildly as they seize her, but before they can descend upon her, they suddenly start to back away, the orange glow inside of them overtaking their bodies as they slowly start to fade away, their skin singed to nothing in a sustained sizzle. Rose closes her eyes, resting her head on the ground as we fade to black.
I know it's not funny, but the way that they abruptly back away when she's screaming, it's like, okay, God! Yeah. That was funny to me. But all of these were Yvonne Ng.
Oh, wow.
And just replicated digitally.
Wow.
But yeah, she was the only performer to do the gray child/children.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That shot of Rose on the ground looking up and seeing them all pour through the door.
Yeah.
There's something about just the way that it's shot and the way they do the sound design that it is probably one of the more uncomfortable.
It is.
Like,
and they look sad.
They
like
do.
I know
Yeah.
that they're scary, but they don't, to me, necessarily look menacing. It's like tragic.
I would still be scared if I saw one.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
But I agree. There's really something just, they seem like they want help
Yeah.
Yeah.
more than they're trying to kill Rose.
Well, a lot of the monsters have meaning, or creatures in Silent Hill have further meanings of what they represent.
Yeah.
So in the game, there is a lot of, well, what does this creature represent? What is that? So I'm sure there is some kind of lore behind these.
But when we fade back in, Rose awakens, screaming for the gray children to get off. And though she's covered in dirt from the hellish environment she just escaped, she instead finds herself returned to the brighter, but still foggy and abandoned Silent Hill that she entered before. Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash plays from an old jukebox nearby, and when Rose reaches her feet, she realizes that she's in the deserted diner of an abandoned bowling alley. As we spy Rose through the lonely lanes, and Johnny Cash finds himself surrounded by flames, Rose steps out of the back entrance of the bowling alley. She's surprised to find the haze of fog greeting her outside, with its gray glow floating over what once appeared nightmarish merely moments ago. But Rose takes off running, the camera following her as she races past crumbling storefronts. But to Rose's horror, she reaches the literal end of the road, inching her way towards what appears to be a cliff of jagged rock, a steep drop into the endless fog that fills the town.
Well, that's concerning.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what they meant by the road don't go there no more.
Like,
I get it.
I should have fucking listened.
One thing I will say, it is augmented in CG, but they did build this cliff's edge.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
So part of it is real.
That's really cool.
Rose drops to her knees in disbelief as the ash rains down around her. But suddenly, a figure, all in black, approaches her from behind, her low whisper revealing to Rose that only the Dark One opens and closes the door to Silent Hill. Rose turns to face the woman, asking for her help, and there, in tattered garments and her ashen hair covering her face, stands Dahlia Gillespie, played by Deborah Kara Unger. Very interesting for the production designer to work with Cronenberg so constantly, because Deborah Kara Unger was featured in Cronenberg's Crash.
Hey, all right. I remember her from Payback in 99. She did The Game in 97, 13 in 03.
Yes, you did.
and White Noise in 05.
I remember that.
Yeah.
13 was a hyperfixation film of mine. That's why I was like
It was on a lot.
trying to I was trying to patiently wait my turn. She said that she and Gans had known each other for a very long time. He was the one that encouraged her to do Crash.
Oh.
And so when he approached her for this, it was an immediate yes from her. She talked about kind of interpreting Silent Hill as Alice in Wonderland meets Dante's Inferno.
Okay.
And she wasn't familiar really with the games. So she said that she went to every fan site that she could find and clicked on every link that she could because it was just really important to her to portray Dahlia in a way that would make the fans of the game proud, which is interesting because the Dahlia that we get in this film is completely different than the Dahlia Gillespie in the games.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that later.
Yeah, the story has changed.
Okay. I feel like she is a very interesting character. There's a lot of cryptic words that make sense a lot later.
Yeah.
But I feel like her performance is really fantastic.
She's really
Yeah.
good. I feel like it's the introduction of her because the monsters, it's like, okay, that was a weird thing that happened.
Uh-huh.
And then we're back where we were before. Meeting this character and the way that she presents and the way that she speaks, it's like, okay, this place is fucked up. Like, it's like even the humans are like cryptic and this place is fucked.
Yeah.
But Dahlia cowers, her pale face almost appearing like a weathered porcelain mask. Rose levels with her, telling her that she's looking for her daughter, but Dahlia responds somberly that they've all lost their children. Their light. Dragging her dress behind her as she circles Rose, Dahlia whispers that they deceived her. Their hate. She says that they hurt her child. They did terrible things to her. And she reveals her daughter's name to be Alessa.
I feel like I would be like, who is they? Like, what the
Yeah.
hell are you talking about?
Because now it sounds bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, and are they still here?
Yes.
'Cause my kid's lost.
Yeah.
Rose reaches into her shirt, pulling out a locket around her neck and opening it to share a photo of Sharon with Dahlia, telling her that Sharon sleepwalks and that if Dahlia sees her anywhere in Silent Hill, to please tell her to wait for her. But Dahlia responds by reaching for Sharon's photo, her voice growing in volume and frenzy as she says, "Yes, she's mine. It's mine." She seizes Rose, backing her against the cliff's edge, but Rose is able to juke out of the way, sending Dahlia to the ground before running away in the other direction. Wouldn't you want to talk
Yeah,
more?
Yeah.
This really frustrated me. First of all, she is giving Julie James a run for her money. Secondly, what the fuck are you talking about? This is my daughter who came from this place, right?
Yeah.
So at the very least, maybe my daughter has a twin. That is your daughter.
Okay.
Like, that's what I would be thinking, even if you're taking out any supernatural shit, which is clearly going on.
Yeah.
I would think that at the very least.
Biological mother?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean yours? That's my daughter. What do you know? You said that your daughter was taken. If she looks just like my daughter, what the fuck is going on? And now my daughter's missing in this town.
That's true.
I would believe something supernatural and scary was happening. But even if you don't subscribe to that, it's still enough to be like, what are you talking about?
She's like too fast and she's
Yeah.
like just running. Like
She pushed her down.
It's like, she did. She did. I was starting to get frustrated at this point. Like, I feel like that is a recurring theme, especially in the beginning of this film for me. It's very, okay, yes. Ew, no, stop. That doesn't make any sense. All right, you got me back in with the sign. You know what I mean? And then the creatures reel me back in even more. But like these moments of we could be learning something. I feel like she came here to get answers and she's now met someone who could give her those.
Yeah.
And she's just like, too fast.
she got scared.
And she Julie James is down the fucking street. It's just annoying.
But still resting on the ground, Dahlia stares into the foggy abyss below, whispering, "Into the fire. She swallowed their hate."
What?
Yeah.
What was that?
Rose might have wanted to hear that.
Exactly. Go back and apologize. Like, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to toss you to the ground like that. I'm Rose De Silva. But Rose keeps running, past the abandoned pharmacy that we first saw upon her arrival. But back in the bright light of day, clear and unfettered by fog, Chris arrives at the gas station in Brahms where Rose filled up the night before. He parks in front of the service center and auto shop right next to the opened cab of an 18-wheeler.
Well, she tried to fill up the night before.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's true. Well, didn't she take the gas? Like, how does that work? I feel like you have to tell the attendant that you're paying for this much gas and then you go pump it, but she fucking pumped it, didn't she?
Did she? I thought she just went inside.
yeah.
I don't remember now.
Yeah, you usually got to pay at the pump.
Yeah.
to
So
go
maybe
inside.
that's why she was Maybe that's what she was running.
Yeah. I just stole like 8 gallons. Once inside the auto shop, Chris approaches a mechanic played by Ron Gabriel, who's hard at work on the engine of a vehicle inside. Chris gets his attention, showing him a photograph of Rose and telling him that she came through here last night. He has no proof of that, I just realized.
No.
There's no credit card statement. There's
Oh, yeah.
She didn't say, and I'm leaving Brahms gas station. And we're going to Silent Hill, goddammit. There was never anything.
No.
That maybe is just indicative of him being added into the script at a later stage where they're just like, I guess he's here now. They wanted more. But the mechanic walks away without looking at the photo, telling Chris that his daughter worked the night shift. But Chris just continues that his wife was headed for a place called Silent Hill, and he asks how to get there. The mechanic responds simply, "You don't." He explains that the town is closed down because of the coal fire still burning underground, adding, as he puts a cigarette into his mouth, that if you breathe enough of the fumes, it's bound to kill you.
Oh.
Chris understands, but he reaches into his pocket, retrieving his money clip, which he taps against the metal of the car the mechanic is working on. He asks again where the turnoff is to Silent Hill.
So I guess you were right. He cut off her card. You can't bribe the monsters anymore.
No.
This is what this family does.
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah. But I'm like, if you just go a little bit further up the road, there is a sign. Like, you don't need to bribe anybody.
She didn't really go very far.
No.
But back in the foggy town of Silent Hill, Rose rushes right past the large sign that welcomed her in, heading back to her Jeep, which is still parked where she left it, with the passenger and driver's side doors left wide open. But before she can reach her vehicle, she stops when she finds Sharon's drawings littered across the road. She picks one of the pages up, a drawing of sunflowers, before calling out to her daughter yet again. But when she returns to the Jeep, she finds a drawing waiting for her in her seat. A dark building scratched in black onto the page, with a small window carved out of it where a little girl stands, peering out at us, a word written above in red letters, "School." Rose sits down in the driver's seat, shutting both of the doors and retrieving her cell phone from the center console. She dials Chris's number and tries to start the vehicle, but the engine stalls and won't turn over. Chris's voice on the answering machine sounds through a fuzz of static, and Rose leaves a message for him, apologizing to him for making a mistake and telling him that she's in Silent Hill.
Remember when I told you to trust me on this? Well, literally the worst fucking possible. The worst possible fucking thing happened.
Everything you probably feared?
Yeah.
Times it by 10. I'm fucked. Help.
And this lady scared me?
Yeah.
She was grabbing at my locket. There's a sexy cop after me. I fucked up.
I think they're called gray children. The town was dirty for about 30 minutes. I don't know.
Chris, there's so much fog.
There's a reason the roads don't go here.
Yes. But she tells her husband that Sharon is lost, but she thinks that she knows where she could be, telling him that she's going to go to the school to look for her. Overwhelmed, she confesses tearfully that she's not okay and that she needs his help, pleading with him to hurry. But unfocused in the background, we see a figure approaching Rose's vehicle. The engine still refuses to turn over, which frustrates Rose, but the figure makes its way around to the driver's side window, and we see that it's Sybil. She draws her gun, ordering Rose to put both hands on the wheel. As soon as Rose complies, Sybil asks her where the little girl is, and defeated, Rose quavers that her daughter is gone and that she needs Sybil's help. But Sybil just orders her out of the car, grabbing her by the arm and forcing her onto the hood. Sybil tells her that she's under arrest, and she begins to Mirandize her, slapping the cuffs on her wrists, and Rose is somewhat puzzled about this for some reason.
Yeah.
She asks what she's under arrest for.
Really?
Which is crazy.
Were you watching the same movie, Rose?
Literally. I laughed out loud because I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But Rose pleads with Sybil to understand that there's something weird going on here, reiterating that her daughter is in danger. But Sybil counters that if Rose cared about her daughter, she wouldn't have sped off like that. Which is fair.
Yeah.
Definitely shouldn't have done that.
Rose begs Sybil to listen, adding that her daughter is ill. She sleepwalks. But Sybil just turns Rose around to face her, telling her to calm down and assuring her that she's gonna find Sharon. She takes out her radio, attempting to call dispatch, but only receives static as her answer. Rose takes a closer look at Sybil's face, noticing a trickle of blood slowly dripping down from her forehead, just underneath her sunglasses. Sybil explains that she cracked her head on the road when her bike went down, assuming that she must have been knocked out for quite a while. She seizes Rose's cuffs, asking if she's good to walk, and when Rose confirms that she is, Sybil supposes that they'll be hiking their way back to Brahms and back to the station. As they head away from Silent Hill, Rose becomes belligerent, frustratedly asking if Sybil has heard a single word that she's said, certain that Sharon is at the school, and asking her if they can just turn around. But we then very jarringly cut back to Chris.
Very.
This is a very tense moment of drama and action about to happen with Sybil and Rose.
Yeah.
It seemed very weird to just be like, okay, well, that's enough of them right now.
Yeah.
But Chris is driving through the rain and listening to the garbled mess of a message that Rose left him, every other word seeming to disappear into the static. Silent Hill. Sharon. Lost. I think I know where. Going to the school. Her disjointed cries are fractured through the fuzz of static as she cries and pleads for Chris's help. I might be wrong, but the sound, what I hear is right after that on the message, I swear to God, he just goes, uh-huh. Before hanging up the phone, which is...
He's like, I fucking knew this.
Yeah.
I told you.
That's what that was.
That tracks.
I knew it. It does sound creepy, the message.
It does.
It does. It sounds edited. Like it's trying to get him to go.
Yeah.
Won't let me go. Like that?
Yes.
But Chris approaches a blocked-off bridge, and he parks his car, stepping out into the rain where he's greeted by a young police officer played by Derek Rischel. He apologizes to Chris, alerting him of the road closure, as 3 officers stand behind him in the distance under an umbrella. Chris explains that he's looking for his wife, describing her car, and the officer radios in, "Sir, this man's wife was driving the Jeep." That's terrifying.
That is terrifying, yes.
From under his umbrella, we see Inspector Thomas Gucci, played by Kim Coates, glancing over at Chris before granting him access over the radio.
It's Tig.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know that Gucci is a name.
Yeah.
I will say that we all have associations with this name.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it is very interesting that this is what was chosen for his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
It's like Thomas Armani. It's
It's like, yeah, it is a name, of course.
Of course.
But
Right.
you could have picked anything.
But Chris follows frantically behind the young officer as Gucci breaks away from the 2 uncredited officers to introduce himself to Chris. Gucci makes a sarcastic comment about the weather, but Chris is in no mood, repeating with urgency that he's trying to find his wife. Gucci tells him to calm down, sharing that they found Rose's Jeep at the end of the bridge, but it's empty, and he adds that they have no reason to believe that anyone's hurt.
Okay. What?
He's like, everything's Gucci.
No.
Burn.
That's just his tagline.
And I do want to say, and I know we're leading into it, but so everybody can see this road?
Apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Which is very interesting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And there really is no proof that no one is hurt.
That's why I'm like, what? Because he's like, just relax. The vehicle is spun out and abandoned.
Yeah.
Calm down.
But Gucci asks Chris what business his wife would have out here, and Chris just responds that the faster they start looking, the faster they can find her. He attempts to breeze past Gucci, but Gucci slows him down, sharing the safety of his umbrella as the rain hammers down, telling Chris that he also has a missing deputy, and he says that knowing Officer Sybil Bennett the way that he does, she's probably out there looking for Chris's wife and daughter.
I don't, again, in the context of this film, I don't understand why he wouldn't just say she was going to Silent Hill.
I don't know.
The last time I talked to her was last night. I just got a horrific fucking staticky ass message on my phone.
Oh, yeah.
Why are you like, the faster, the more time we spend? It's like, dude, you have information that could further along this investigation.
Yeah.
I just don't it's like the De Silvas are like fucking crime lords or something. I don't know why they're fighting every step of the way.
That is odd, thinking about it. Why are you not saying that? That is weird.
He literally says, what business, like, why would your wife be over here?
Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly why. I looked at her fucking browser history.
Mm-hmm.
I have this message on my phone.
You know, the only other thing that would make it to where it would even make any sense at all is if they didn't actually adopt Sharon.
That's what I was thinking,
if they have
too.
something
You know?
to hide.
Yeah.
1,000%.
But
For what the story that we are being presented, there is nothing to hide.
No.
There is no reason for him to not be cooperative when he's trying to find his fucking wife and child.
yeah, because if everything is legal as we all think it is, my daughter keeps screaming Silent Hill when she sleepwalks.
So we...
I know it's heavy-handed.
Yeah,
I didn't write it.
yeah.
It was Roger Avery. But Gucci then orders the young officer to watch the barricade, stating that he and Chris are going to take a trip to Silent Hill to take a look around. As they walk to his car, Gucci asks Chris to explain what's going on, and for some reason stops sharing his umbrella with Chris.
You did. What the fuck? Well, you are being rude.
That is true.
Because they do walk, and he's not even, it's not over him at all.
But the camera then finds Rose and Sybil through the fog of Silent Hill, just on the outskirts of the town. Sybil asks what Rose was doing on her way to Silent Hill in the middle of the night, and Rose just responds that she thought it would help Sharon. Sybil admonishes her, though, saying people like her, from big cities, come out here bringing all their sick problems with them. Seems like a lot, I think.
Yeah.
I think we've all entered every situation in this film with our own
Biases.
our own hang-ups and biases.
But as they walk past Sybil's crashed motorcycle, Rose asks why she isn't listening to her. Sybil explains that they had a guy come up here a couple of years ago, and he snatched a young boy from a rest stop and dropped him into a mine vent. She claims that she never wants to see anything like that ever again. But Rose just completely breezes past that harrowing tale, telling Sybil that she isn't helping, and declaring that there's no way that she would ever harm her own daughter. Sybil then asks how she even knows that Sharon is Rose's daughter. I mean...
She has a point. And again, this kind of makes her suspicion back at the all-purpose general store tattoo parlor place. It makes it make a lot more sense if this is the history that she has had with this area, and maybe she is a little more on edge when it comes to children. But I mean, she does have a good point. I don't know you. And when I tried to talk to you, we engaged in a high speed chase that resulted in me crashing my fucking bike. I don't know you. I don't know the kid. I don't know what you're doing here.
That is true, but she was there for the whole mommy who did this to my drawings thing. So, I mean...
She was, but maybe all she heard was, who did this?
Or where's my mommy?
Did you fuck up those kids' pictures?
Yeah, like, what the hell?
That's mean.
So she's kidnapped her, she's ruined her picture. And you're right, it is indicative of her behavior now, because and she literally said from a rest stop.
Yeah.
So for all she knows, it's just a repeat of this terrible event that she experienced.
Yeah.
But Rose stares at her silently as Sybil urges her forward. But Sybil suddenly steps in front of Rose, her steps stilted as she continues on in confusion. The camera rises above her to reveal the path before them. The road into town is somehow yet another cliff of jagged rock leading into the yawning abyss of white nothingness. She removes her sunglasses, stunned, which is mildly giving Dr. Grant from Jurassic Park.
Okay.
But now with a bit more evidence on her side, Rose asks Sybil if she sees what she's talking about, And after she hears what sounds like movement from a distance, she asks Sybil if she'll take the handcuffs off. Sybil, however, refuses, instead stating that there's a lookout tower on the far end of Toluca Lake that should have a radio.
Toluca Lake is from Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, just hearing the name, I can see it on the map.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But she marches Rose back towards Silent Hill, Rose just muttering, "Fuck you, you stupid cop."
Hey, yo, whoa.
What is happening? Why is she fucking rebel without a gun? I don't know. I don't know what is going on.
But she adds that this place is completely cut off and that Sybil has no idea what's going on.
Neither do you.
No.
Yeah.
But Sybil isn't listening to Rose anymore. Her attention is drawn instead to a shambling figure that she sees down the road.
Already the silhouette is terrifying.
Yeah. And it's funny. She's like, "Sir?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir."
Ma'am, that is a monster.
I promise.
I've never met anybody that looks like that.
But as she marches Rose forward, Sybil calls out to the figure that she's a police officer. But her calls are interrupted when her radio and Rose's cell phone begin to emit a strange static. I forgot to mention Rose clipped her cell phone to a little necklace attachment earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what was going on when the scene happened, and I was like, oh, I guess that's what she was doing. But the camera glides from the remnants of a ruined car to the disjointed gray figure before them. This is the armless man, played by Michael Cota. His knees are pointed inward as he takes unbalanced steps forward, his body sheathed as if wrapped like a mummy in translucent skin, his ribs jutting sharply as groans emanate from his bald and faceless cranium. Sybil unholsters her gun in disbelief as Rose pleads for her to shoot it, but the monster marches on, a black liquid leaking from an open wound in his chest like tar and sizzling the road beneath it when it falls. Sybil orders the figure to stop, but he answers her by shooting the black liquid like a projectile directly at her. It coats her police helmet, which she tears off, and we watch as the surface of it is eaten away by the acidic fluid. A stern look under her short blonde hair, Sybil puts the monster in her sights and unloads on it, firing round after round. Rose sees this as her cue to exit and just takes off running, but Sybil stays right where she is, tearing off her jacket, which is also covered in the monster's tar.
Sybil not only has a gun that you don't have, she has the keys to the cuffs you're wearing.
Right?
Yes.
I think that after encountering this monster, she's probably not trying to take you to the station anymore. We can kind of be on even ground. I don't know why the fuck she would run away from her.
She doesn't want to be booked.
Fuck you, pig!
Better to book than be booked. But black smoke rises from Sybil as she throws her jacket to the ground, but a loud screeching noise in the distance catches her attention. She peers through a nearby fence to the top of a mound of dirt that appears to be an abandoned construction site, and on top of the hill, she sees several figures like the one she just shot roaming around aimlessly.
Absolutely not. I did want to talk about Michael Cota for a second. He was a dancer.
Oh, wow.
Before this. I'm sure during and after as well. He auditioned by tying his arms behind his back and kind of shambling along.
Wow.
And Roberto Campanella said that the way that he moved, like his knees, the way he would buckle them together and kind of walk on his ankles, he was like, oh, that's exactly it. Like, that's the movement. Yeah. The costume, they said it was 2 pieces, but it was silicone legs, like skin tight, and then they had a plastic foam rib cage around like his middle, and then they said they called it a 4-foot silicone condom that they peeled on top. It was lightweight, but it completely covered him underneath the top part, the condom part that they said, because they said that he had a lot of nicknames and they would call him Mr. Trojan because he was basically wrapped in a giant condom. But underneath, he had a mouthpiece, and that was the only way that he could breathe.
Jesus.
He had the mouthpiece, and a plastic tube ran all the way down the costume and out the back. And that was the only, he was like, if I was claustrophobic, I wouldn't be able to do this. And it's like, well, no, you wouldn't.
And I was going to ask, because, I mean, you're just putting a big-ass plastic bag over you.
Yes. Yeah, that was the only way that he could breathe. And also, in conjunction with that, he was completely blind in the costume. He couldn't see anything. So he had to count his steps in the performance so that he didn't hurt himself or go too far, like physically go too far.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to count the steps. And it was cool because in the behind the scenes, you saw him kind of going like 1, 2, 3, reacting to being shot and then falling backwards. And they would catch him like with the it was just cool. But the middle of the, I guess, chest piece had a fold in it that they packed with methyl cellulose, black pigment, and water. And with an like pressurized air, they were able to make it shoot out like that.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
It's really fucking cool. And he does an amazing job.
Yeah. I remember watching your sister play the
These
game
motherfuckers.
and being so mad every time she encountered one of these creatures.
Well, because they shoot so far. They're so hard.
But Rose, still handcuffed, with her phone attached to her neck, has made it back into Silent Hill. She races through the foggy streets, but stops for a moment to wrench her arms under her legs to put her cuffed hands in front of her. She continues on, but takes a look at a map at a nearby bus stop. She travels up the line with her eyes, from Lindsay Road to Bachman to Neely Avenue, past a post office, to Madison Street, and up to a hospital.
Always check your map and remember where you're going in this place because it's easy to get lost.
Extremely.
She runs through ashen roads, the substance still raining down on her as she checks another map at a bus stop, before finally finding her way to Midwich Street, where the map leads her to the elementary school. She arrives at Midwich Elementary School, its large sign greeting her out front as drums pound in the score and an eerie echo of strings surrounds her.
This is another key location from the first game.
Really?
Yes.
They gave that sign a proper introduction.
Yeah.
So it felt important. But she pushes the door open, calling out to her daughter, and when the door closes behind her, she spies the symbol from her daughter's drawing etched in purple into the stained glass on the window of the door.
Well, that's concerning.
Yeah.
She creeps up the very yellow staircase, which is interesting, but she pays no mind to a sign behind her that reads, "The foes of the righteous will be condemned." Psalms 34:21.
I feel like this shouldn't be up in the school.
Yeah.
No, and it's bold for an elementary school as well.
True.
What foes?
That's
like,
even worse.
they didn't play tag with you? Or like, God damn. But Rose makes her way through a large door, her boots crunching over debris as she makes her way through an empty hall and past the main office. She creaks the door open and begins searching through cabinets and old folders, but when she finds a key on the countertop, she unlocks a drawer and is able to obtain a flashlight. She pops the set of keys into her sweater pocket and switches on the flashlight, casting its light over framed artworks, each emblazoned with a banner on top of them, the art embodying the depicted words. Country, a soldier off to war, and a beam of light cast through a church overlooking a woman in a black veil. Home, a mother seated with her children and reading from the Bible. Loyalty, a valiant knight surrounded by scriptures, stained glass, and a bald eagle. And God, a group gathered at the feet of a woman, surrounded by doves and heavenly light. Well, we cut to the streets of Silent Hill, only now they're free from fog and appear merely deserted instead of haunted and dreamlike. A marquee at the Orpheum Theater boasts a double feature of the Omega Man and the Last Man on Earth, the latter of which stars Vincent Price.
Ah.
But we see Gucci's police vehicle driving down the road. He calls over the intercom for Rose, announcing himself as an officer of the law who will take her to safety. But in the car, Chris is frustrated that Gucci won't let him use the radio. He's like, what are you, 12? I want to be a cop.
That thing's really cool, man.
Yeah. But Gucci explains that 90% of the time when a wife runs off and takes her daughter to a place like this, he'd say that she's damn mad at her husband. Chris asks if Gucci likes hauling skeletons out of his family closet, and Gucci retorts that he doesn't, but they're in fact driving on top of them right now.
Hold on. I 1000% understand why Gucci would make that assumption, but it's not true. That's not why she left.
It's not, but if he were to have communicated
Yes, that's it.
That's what I'm saying.
Then-
Wouldn't you be like, I know what it looks like, but that's not it. And then say, our daughter, this, and that. But he's like, you like digging up skeleton. He's not digging up your skeletons. That's not your situation.
Why are you playing like...
I know, I don't know.
Everyone is James Dean, and I don't get it.
But Gucci adds that the coal fire is still burning underneath the ground. He points out an abandoned barbershop on the side of the road, sharing that it used to be his father's, and we see the name Gucci written in red across the storefront sign. Chris asks about his father, but Gucci reveals that he's dead. He says November of 1974, when the fire caught, they tried to evacuate as quick as they could, but it was hellish. People were dying and disappearing. He explains that they couldn't even find half of the bodies, and that was the end of Silent Hill. Thin black clouds of smoke float over the street as Gucci notes that the town was filled with good people. Most of them, but some, you might say, deserved it a little bit.
I am going to need some elaboration on that last thing that you said.
Yeah.
Also, again, trying to divorce myself of what I already know about Silent Hill. This is a huge moment, right?
Yeah.
Showing these same streets that Rose was running up and down, covered in fog, all fucked up, creatures knocking about everywhere. It's completely normal here. Like, I know there's a little smoke from the fires burning underground.
Yeah.
I just feel like this moment is kind of undersold because it is a huge revelation, right? In this moment that we're in the same place, but we're not.
Yeah.
It just appears deserted.
Yeah.
From playing the games, I wasn't aware that there's a way to get to Silent Hill that's normal. But I mean, I guess we need it for Chris.
Yeah.
If we are insisting on Chris, I guess we do.
TriStar said you did.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Rose continues through the school with her flashlight, but races toward a noise when she hears movement down an adjacent hall. Rose calls out for Sharon, but she sees down a short flight of dingy stairs a hand reaching out, clutching a caged yellow canary. This figure isn't alone, though, flanked by two others, all wearing heavy-duty mining equipment, just like the man that we saw slaughtered against the fence with the gray children. Rose takes off in search of a proper hiding place or a way out, but she finds the ladder, running through the fog of the school's playground and right over a hopscotch grid drawn in yellow, leading the player out of hell and into heaven. Now, I didn't play hopscotch much as a kid, but seems like the stakes are pretty high in this game.
No, thank you.
But she bursts into another wing of the school, the camera finding her through the halls and panning through a classroom as she enters an adjacent one. She walks through long rows of seats and desks to peer out of the classroom window to make sure she wasn't pursued. I did want to say the production designer said that there were combinations of sets and real locations used for the film.
Okay.
And this was actually a real location. It was a real school.
Oh, wow.
Oh, cool.
What they did is they changed the entire layout by building facades to create the illusion of different places.
Okay.
So it looks like we're leading through a hall, but it's really a classroom, or a classroom is something else, or it's just kind of making it confusing and convoluted.
Yeah.
And sometimes even using different wings of the school as different parts of it to connect it in ways that are seamless. It just feels like the same school throughout.
Yeah.
It does.
But something very interesting, because we will experience this location a little bit later in a different way and possibly in a different time. So the way that they actually weathered it is by allowing for the pristine version of it to be made first. But the painting that they used, the paint was lard based. And so it made it incredibly easy to flake it and peel it and mess it up for this fog world.
That's so smart.
Yeah.
But when Rose realizes she wasn't pursued, she jogs through the desks to exit the classroom, but stops when she finds 2 small handprints carved out of the ash that cover the surface of a desk. For some reason, she mutters, "Sharon." And we see the handprints close up, the word witch carved into the palms of both handprints.
That's alarming.
Yeah.
And again, this is what I was saying about, hell yeah. Like, we love a nuanced performance.
Mm-hmm.
I am terrified
Yeah.
watching this, like putting myself in this position and experiencing this and knowing that my daughter is lost here. And I just feel like she's very cool, calm, and collected for what she's experiencing.
She's chill.
Yeah.
A little too chill. And honestly, like, this isn't Man's Chinese theater. Like, we're not fucking putting our handprints outside. And the fact that you put your handprints perfectly over where it says witch twice.
Yeah.
I don't think that was a coincidence. She's like, it's probably fine. Sharon!
She always wanted to be an actress.
Yeah. She does this all the time at home.
But she lifts open the desk, wondering aloud where her daughter could be hiding. And inside the desk, we see old papers, a broken red-colored pencil, a copy of The Riddle of the Red Whale, and a name written plainly on the front of a stack of homework. Alessa Gillespie. But in grainy flashbacks, we see a group of schoolgirls in their matching purple uniforms in this very classroom, chanting, "Burn the witch!" and hurling objects at Alessa, who cowers at her desk, covering her face with her arms as she lowers her head. The shot match cuts to the present day, where Rose stands at Alessa's desk, the pensive piano in the score playing as Rose whispers her name, Alessa Gillespie. But upon hearing movement outside, Rose rushes back into the hall just in time to see a small figure in purple run upstairs. She calls out to her, pleading with her to wait as she follows her upward and the music grows more tense. Rose chases the girl down a long hallway upstairs and through a door that she saw the girl go through, only to find herself in a dirty and dilapidated bathroom. She peers down a row of stalls as the girl's sobs echo through the room. Rose then switches on her flashlight, shining it under the stalls, but finds nothing there. Very courageous to be fucking on the floor of this bathroom.
Yeah.
We'll need a new arm, new leg.
Yeah.
It'll never be clean again. But as she creeps through one by one, the sobs continue, and Rose attempts to soothe the girl, promising that she's going to help her. But when she opens the last stall, Rose finds the tortured torso of a man strung up by barbed wire. This is Janitor, played by Robert Campanella. His arms are pulled taut through his tattered uniform, and through the shreds we see his name is Colin. His body is hung over the toilet, and his head is wrenched back. Rose clatters against the opposite wall, retching from the smell, but her flashlight finds a written message on the wall just above the body. It reads, "Dare you, double dare you," with an arrow pointing down into the man's opened mouth.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. And also, Colin looks like he was fucking around with the limit configuration.
He does.
He does.
I thought that this was kind of like Candyman coded.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it made me think as well about the theme that we've heard on the piano that also sounds kind of like Candyman's score.
True.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I wouldn't do this. I'll choose truth. Thank you.
Yeah. And you've already mentioned the smell.
Yes.
Yeah.
You haven't thought about the smell.
But Rose creeps over slowly through the barbed wire, and she reaches her fingers delicately into the man's mouth, retrieving an object. As soon as she does, she rushes out of the stall, retching and snagging her flashlight to exit the room. But just then, she runs right into the miners from earlier in the hallway. The miners with the helmets, not the miners from the flashback with Alessa. But they beam their light towards Rose, who rushes back into the bathroom, retrieving the keyring from her pocket and cycling through as fast as she can until she finally finds one to lock the door. She puts her back to it, clutching her locket and begging for help. The camera then rises in one fluid motion from the bathroom, over the wall, and into the hall, where all 3 miners kick the other side of the door, trying to break in. This shot was amazing because you see it rise above that wall, and then when the camera settles, you don't see how the camera could have traveled through the wall.
Yeah.
It's just really, really cool. But when the caged canary that's resting on the ground starts to lose its mind, the miners cease their ingress, snagging the cage and running away. The camera rises above a relieved Rose, who listens to the footsteps of the miners getting farther and farther away, but her serenity is shattered when the siren once again echoes over the town. She laments that it's happening again, and the limited light pouring through the bathroom window goes completely dark.
Hearing the siren, it's like, you mean this was the good version of this?
Dude.
So would that... Well, I guess not, because Rose wasn't on the other side. But when the bird started to panic, you know what I mean? They took off.
Yeah.
So then the siren went.
The bird's like, guys, we've got company.
Rose shines her flashlight around the room as rust trickles over the bathroom windows like blood, the white tile withering away, flaking like flesh to reveal skeletal grates underneath. Glass shatters and metal corrodes in the path of Rose's light until the room dips to the dingy and dark atmosphere that surrounded her the first time she heard the siren. This work is just beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about how it was done. I read in an article that the team that worked on this, they actually are credited for work on Fight Club as well.
Oh.
But they said that they were limited in what they could use as far as motion control was concerned, because sometimes they didn't even have both versions of the set that they needed to create this effect. And so there were times that they would create the version that they needed out of set photos, transforming a 2D environment from photographs into a 3D one through their work with CG.
Jeez.
Okay.
And for what we see in the bathroom in this scene, they actually started with the foggy set and they restructured it into a 3D version. But then they filmed Radha Mitchell in the Otherworld version of the bathroom that we see right now. And through the version they created with the fog set from their photographs and this real version, they were able to match it and kind of just make it to where they switched.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
But they said that they thought of this transformation as a skin disease that is spreading. And so you have skin flakes.
Yeah.
You have blood pouring. You have like the skeleton underneath the skin.
Okay.
And they said that they used cloth dynamics for the peeling and body dynamics, rigid body dynamics for the tile. And so you'll notice different motion depending on what is corroding.
Yeah.
But they said that if you do not see Radha Mitchell in the shot, it was 100% CG.
Damn.
It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
But Rose's flashlight beams to the end of the bathroom, over toward the last stall, where suddenly a hand reaches outward and onto the floor. The janitor, who we saw moments ago as lifeless and immobile, crawls out from the darkness, barbed wire tied around his eyes and wrenching his legs back to where his feet are touching the back of his skull. His pain groans escape him as he drags himself across the wet floor. He presses his hand to the wall, and filth spreads from his palm like veins across it, spined and splintering in red fury towards Rose as he licks his dark tongue at her through his blackened teeth. Rose watches the roots spread and finally has seen enough. She takes off running into the hall as a rotten green orifice opens up in the wall behind her.
It's fucking Colin. Run, man.
They had talked about on that featurette that Gans was very clear. He did not want any of the creatures to be disgusting. He wanted them to be disturbing. And I think that this creature is incredibly disturbing. They talked, like you said, T, it is Campanella. They talked about taking a full body cast of him. And it's completely the cast that's in the toilet when she first goes into the bathroom. And then right here, they take the legs. His actual legs and feet are green, so they're just taken out.
Oh.
And the prosthetic legs are pulled all the way up to his head. He's got the barbed wire around his head. It's funny because they showed him in costume and everything, and his direction was to be obscene. And Campanella's like, I can't move my head. Like, the head is tied to the feet. He was like, all I can do is this. And he starts licking his tongue out. He's like, but you don't want me to do that. And they were like, no, do that.
I was going to ask. So the tongue.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. What else could he move? Like, he couldn't move anything.
Hand motions? I don't know.
Yeah.
Gans did say, of course, they're very inspired by the creatures from the video games.
Mm-hmm.
But in an interview, he said that this was his only contribution, just a full created creature for the film.
Okay.
I think it really does fit into the world. And also, it very much to me is giving Hellraiser.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I would be surprised if there wasn't some inspiration there, you know?
He did mention Clive Barker as one of the influences for the film. So
Well,
Okay.
yeah, there you go.
there you go. But as Rose escapes into the hall, discovering a small, chained-up body surrounded by rusted fences, the janitor screams painfully in the bathroom as countless bugs pour from the opened wounds in the floor. Rose makes her way down the staircase, but at the bottom, she finds the walls covered in those black bugs and swarming on the 3 miners who were pursuing her earlier. The miners scream, wriggling as the bugs cover and consume them, and they crash into the sea of crawling creatures below. Rose screams, searching for a way out, but coming up empty when she runs right into another fence, screaming and begging for help. She runs into an adjacent hall, back into the classroom where she found Alessa's belongings, but the room is now empty of all but one desk, and the floor has been replaced with metal grates leading down to the levels below. Rose peers down with her flashlight through a mess of metal and all the way down into a molten orange that glows at the very bottom. She rushes for the window, which is now a metal grate, looking through it and into the courtyard, but she aims her flashlight up at the solitary desk in the middle of the room, where she finds the girl that she's been chasing in the purple dress, sat there, scribbling nightmares in black over Sharon's drawings. It's Alessa Gillespie, played by Jodelle Ferland. She raises her eyes to meet Rose's gaze, which startles Rose, prompting her to fall through the window to the outside.
I was like, Rose, Jesus fucking Christ. That is your daughter's face. She just got really into My Chemical Romance since we got separated.
I'm looking for my daughter. Why am I here? What did I do wrong? Why is this happening?
Yeah. Because that, all of this is terrifying.
Yeah.
Her movements are freaky, I will say, but if I see someone that looks like my relative, I would say, hey.
No, I'm talking more about like Colin and the bugs.
Yeah. Well, I would help her, I guess, from the bugs and Colin.
It was funny to me, too, because in the production notes under the creatures section, they were like, 100% of the cockroaches were CG. I was like, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
They didn't train the bugs to scream?
I was like, yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
But wearing a mask and walking through the halls of the abandoned Midwich Elementary School are Chris and Gucci. They walk freely in the golden sunlight, no sign of decay, aside from what you'd expect from a building in a ghost town. But Rose collects herself on a long slab of red metal, which has replaced the concrete courtyard outside. She hears a loud scraping sound of a heavy object being dragged, and when she looks up, through an adjacent exit and lurching his way through a sea of black bugs is Red Pyramid, played by Robert Campanella. He wears a long tattered skirt of leather, or possibly human flesh, sewn together unevenly, and just above his bloody and naked torso rests a large metal helmet extending past his body and covering his head and face entirely in its sharp triangularity. A large sword is clutched in his hand, which he drags behind him, the blade reaching several feet through the crawling bugs.
It's your boy.
I gotta say, a lot more dignified than how we met him in Silent Hill too, as well.
He was busy.
He was, yeah.
Just to take your girl.
Yeah. But as you said, this is Campanella is again.
Yeah.
Which is really fucking cool.
Yeah.
And he said that he copied the movements from the game as much as he possibly could.
Okay.
He talked about how much lighter the sword and the helmet were than they appear, and that it was kind of his job to make it look and seem, and a lot of the painting made it feel aesthetically heavier than it actually was.
Okay.
So like the dragging and stuff, he really had to put into it like it was heavier than it was. But for the costume itself, he said that the top part of the body was glued on and the entire all of him was painted. He said it took 3 hours of painting, including his ass, because his ass was just out under the skirt. I don't know why, but Gans was like, why we did it that way. It's like, okay, I don't know why.
Well, I think Pyramid Head only has an apron on.
Oh, yeah, it's maybe like a butcher.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that at all.
I don't know if you see it in the film. And Rhoda Mitchell said that he was terrifying facing him. And then when he turned around, it was just funny because his painted ass cheeks were
Well, that was for him.
Yeah.
Gotta let your ass breathe.
Yeah. But he wore 15-inch platforms. He was almost
Good
7 feet tall.
Lord.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I read in the production notes that one platform was a little bit shorter so that he had this kind of like odd gait to the way that he walked.
Yeah.
I think he does an incredible job.
Mm-hmm.
If I have to be nitpicky, I was reading because I was like, there's Pyramid Head, there's Red Pyramid, I think it was originally known as Red Pyramid Thing. That was the direct translation.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, what, is the consensus on this? I was just reading up about it because I was curious about the character.
Mm-hmm.
And I did know that, he originates in the second one and that he is a manifestation of James Sunderland's from the second game. It's a physical because the games are psychological horror.
Yeah.
Like they're scary, but a lot of it is from the protagonist's psyche.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a personal experience in
Okay.
Silent Hill. So that is what Pyramid Head, Red Pyramid, whatever, is a manifestation of. So I read that as the games went on and they kept bringing him back, one of the producers left for a while of the game because he was like, this is James Sunderland's monster. He shouldn't be terrorizing everybody that comes here.
He's not a mascot.
Yeah, and that's what they said. You're using him for brand recognition, basically.
Yeah.
But he did end up coming back, and so I just thought it was interesting because he is iconic for the series. I would have really liked if this journey and these monsters were tailor-made more to maybe Rose's experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have Pyramid Head or Red Pyramid, trace it back to her somehow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make it a manifestation of that. I thought that would be cool. But again, that's me at being very fucking nitpicky and being like, well, actually, it's supposed to be Psyche's or whatever. But I think that he looks incredible. I think that he performs it great, even though they made him pretty buff. This Pyramid Head is buffer than But no, I think it's really, really good.
No, yeah, and he is from the second game, and I think it is Homecoming that he's in again. But it was kind of the same way. But again, when you love something, you do want to be like, well, that's not right. But I mean, it does fit in the world where you're in Silent Hill, and as long as these creatures are here, that's where you feel you are. So yeah, in a way he wouldn't be here, but I mean, for the movie, he looks really cool.
And it is cool to see him.
It is cool.
I would have never guessed about the weight of these objects because they are very, very visually.
Yeah.
The way that he is moving and dragging this sword, you would think that it was just unbearably heavy.
Yes.
Yeah.
But piano begins to play in the score as we cut to Chris and Gucci, who step out into the courtyard in the sunlight. The walls are red brick and the floor a splintered concrete. Chris removes his protective mask, calling out to Rose, who we see running across the rusted metal in her nightmarish version of the elementary school, the ground cracked open to reveal the coal fire still burning below. But as she runs in front of the large blackened facade of the school, its windows a black abyss of shadows. We match cut to Chris walking in front of it in the sunlight, the windows merely boarded up within the brick. He calls out to his wife, who we see running alone through a hellish version of his environment, before cutting to the camera panning past him in the light of day. He whispers her name as if he feels her somehow, the music growing serene and somber, but he gasps as the door back to the school behind Gucci seemingly closes on its own, and we see Rose has made her way back inside, running with her flashlight through the dark hallway of the school. She clatters against lockers, the shot once again match-cutting to Chris and Gucci returning to the hallway in their world, with Rose nowhere to be found. Chris calls out for her again as Gucci pleads for him to put his mask back on, and we pan across the lockers again, the atmosphere growing darker and the lockers withering as we return to Rose in the dark, who sobs all alone. Chris stands in the light, confused, muttering that he felt Rose here, that he smelled her perfume. But Gucci just places the mask back onto Chris's face and urges him to breathe, guiding him toward the door to exit the school, refusing to believe that Rose was ever here.
I love this a lot.
Yes.
I love this whole little scene, like really, really a lot. I think the only thing that I will say is I still don't understand how he's in normal Silent Hill when she's in normal Silent Hill sometimes. You know, like because it
foggy
comes,
Silent Hill.
foggy, yeah. But it is great. I love that he follows where she goes without knowing it, and they're both in that hallway in the school, and it is just from the perfume, and it is good. But that is just, again, it is a nitpicky thing, but it is very, very beautifully done.
I think it's interesting to me. It's the differentiation of 4 worlds.
Yes.
Instead of just 3. As in, anytime you go to Silent Hill, it's this foggy area until it becomes dark.
Yeah.
Is what I thought.
Right.
Yeah.
But then they're like, no, there is just this regular ass abandoned town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you happen to find the road there that doesn't go there anymore.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I'll be completely honest. And I do like this. I feel like this is the only scene with Chris that is kind of worthwhile. I don't want to give anything away, but there are some kinds of scenes that I really love and talk about all the time. And I do appreciate that very, very much. But again, is it enough to include this character that, I'm sorry, is to me still very superfluous? This is the only kind of thing for me in the pro column, besides me just being thirsty for those particular scenes that are coming up. But you know what I mean? I think that it's very sweet. I think that maybe I would like it a little bit more if I ever saw Rose and Chris as a loving couple.
Yeah.
We did start very abruptly with this film.
Yeah.
It would have been nice to even see one conversation between them.
Yeah.
Because I don't even think we get that.
No.
So
They're
I mean,
searching for Sharon, and
Yeah.
then she's like, fuck you, I'm going where I want, or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm gonna cut the card off, bitch. It's weird.
It's a deleted scene.
Yeah. Me, I filled in the gaps in my head.
We're going to the Green Hill Zone.
Yeah.
But no, it's a very beautiful sequence.
Yeah.
I love the cinematography and the editing.
Yes.
How it interplays with each other. I think that you're exactly right. And it's the same thing that Gans said, where he's like, but is it worth it?
Yeah.
I think that it's one of the coolest moments in the film.
It is really cool. He should have put his thing down, flipped it, and reversed it. But yeah, I just, again, this is the one shining point of him even being included for me.
Yeah.
But Rose screams loudly, collapsing to the floor as the light of her flashlight dies, and a sea of squirming bugs march their way towards her. Seemingly giving up, Rose does nothing to shield herself or escape. But out of nowhere, a figure steps out from the darkness, and a light beams into Rose's face as a hand reaches for her, dragging her into an adjacent room and slamming the door before the bugs can reach them. It's Sybil.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yes. When one bug is able to inch its way inside, it flips over onto its back, screaming, which is a lot.
Yeah. That thing had a human face.
It did. It
Did
did.
that bug just scream it?
But Sybil makes short work of it, smashing it with her boot. She struggles to keep the door closed and shouts for Rose to retrieve a long metal pipe that hangs over a large industrial fan. Rose finally collects herself, snagging the pipe, and the two women are able to bar the door properly from the bugs. Sybil loads what she says is her last magazine, and Rose asks, "That's all the bullets you got?" Which is wild for someone who has fucking nothing to defend us with.
Yeah.
You're still cuffed.
Yeah.
I'm doing 100% of this. I even stopped the bug.
Yeah.
Bug.
But Sybil uncuffs Rose, which Rose is quite grateful for, but explains that they're trapped. The reunion is immediately interrupted when Rose hears the familiar sound of a large object being dragged across the floor outside. She fearfully tells Sybil, "That's him." And suddenly, Red Pyramid's large metal sword stabs through the barrier of the door, reaching back all the way to the wall that Rose and Sybil are cowering against. He removes it, only to stab through again and again, twisting the sword around and swiping it left and right as Rose and Sybil do their best to avoid its sharp blade.
Have we tried ducking?
Nah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You see how big that thing is?
it'll get you.
Yeah. He's packing all the time.
I did see on the making of that all of this is legitimately happening.
Oh,
Oh,
my
wow.
God.
They are stabbing that prosthetic sword through the door, and they're having to duck and move out of the way. They started it really, really slow and kept rehearsing it and picking up the speed until it is about the speed that you see in the film.
Jeez.
That's really cool.
Yeah. But the wrenching and twists of the sword open up a hole large enough for the bugs to pour in, and pour in they do. They soon cover the walls and the floors, climbing up Rose's boots and Sybil's pants. Red Pyramid soon grows tired of the sword, stabbing it through some bugs and into the wall, and instead reaches his hand through the hole that he created.
The bugs were like, "Father." I was like, why'd he kill them?
I really did think you were on the same team.
Yeah.
That is true. But when he can't reach the women, he returns his hand to the door, finding the pipe that's sealing it shut and attempts to remove it. Sybil opens fire on him, blasting holes into his arm, which he absolutely feels, groaning in pain.
Yeah.
Which is always funny.
The monster.
The monster's like,
oh shit!
Well, he's got human arms.
He does.
He does.
But suddenly, Red Pyramid removes his arm from the hole, dramatically pulling his hand back to retrieve his sword from the wall, as all the bugs seem to slow their pace and creep to a stop across the floor. They turn a deep gray, decaying and disintegrating into ash that rises upward to the ceiling, and we watch as the ruined school slowly begins to reintegrate, the tattered paint returning to the walls, and the dingy and industrial atmosphere once again resembling the abandoned halls that Rose once entered. Again, beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did think it was funny that he turned away and he was like, "Oh, I gotta go."
Yeah,
He just left.
His time's up.
Yeah.
they obey the rules of
Yeah.
whatever this is. Sybil opens the now wooden door, and the two women step out into the hall, Sybil clearing both sides with her gun, completely confused as to what they just witnessed together. Fog floats outside the windows of the school, Sybil asking in disbelief if Rose saw what she saw. When Rose confirms this, Sybil screams into the empty hall, asking what the fuck is going on. But Rose urges her to calm down, reminding her that Sharon is lost and they need to find her before this happens again.
Calm down.
Yeah.
She's like, I've been through this a couple times. Chill out.
Even that a couple times. I hated it every time. I'm still worried.
It's a nightmare.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Give her a
Like,
second.
I feel like I have more of a reaction when it shifts as I'm playing the game
Yeah.
than she's having right now.
Yeah.
She's
Like
like, oh my God. Like,
Sharon's-
yeah, I know we were almost fucking killed. Just chill out.
Sybil doesn't know where to start, but Rose shares what she found in the mouth of the dead janitor. It's a broken object that reads, NDOTEL. Rose assumes this to be a clue for a hotel, and she explains that she doesn't know what it is, but she's sure that Sharon is there. You don't know what a hotel is? I know it's been weird here.
It's
But
a whole new world.
Sybil is still trying to collect herself, and she just repeats, hotel. But Rose reaches for her shoulder, comforting her and promising that they're going to be okay. But Chris and Gucci return to the bridge where they first crossed paths, officers letting them through a fence as they park in front of the police barricade. As he walks with Chris back to his car, Gucci kindly warns Chris not to try anything, as they've got patrolmen here all night. He promises that they'll find Rose and Sharon, but Chris feels as if Gucci is keeping something from him, and asks what really happened in Silent Hill. Gucci, obviously hiding something, responds, just let it rest in peace.
What? I am not fucking accepting that. I'm not accepting that.
No.
Why?
I don't know. But Chris angrily returns to his car, and after he's driven away, we find him on the road, speaking on his cell phone in search of the Toluca County archives. Once he's connected to the archivist, played by Colleen Williams, he asks for the police records for the town of Silent Hill. When the voice on the other end tells him that they're confidential, he stammers that it's an emergency, but he's told that he can't be helped. That doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
But I'm in a hurry.
Yeah.
But the camera finds Rose and Sybil rushing through the foggy and ashen roads of Silent Hill, an absolute vibe sounding in the score of percussion and atmospheric hums of a melody. I really love this song.
Oh, yeah.
It's great.
Sybil shares that they used to say that this town was haunted, and Rose thinks that they might have been right about that.
Yeah, I would say so.
But the women find the large structure of the Grand Hotel, which seems to match the clue that Rose found in the bathroom. From outside, they hear a woman screaming, "No!" and "Stay away, sinner!" Sybil rushes Rose inside, and they find the entrance to the hotel lobby. Once there, they see Anna, played by Tanya Allen, in a modest dress, hurling stones at Dahlia, who cowers bloody on the floor. They rush to stop her as Dahlia rises to her feet, muttering to Anna, "Think you of thee who cast the first stone, lambs without a shepherd, shepherd without a flock." She tells Anna that it's her sins that keep her here, before making a pretty hilarious escape. Her tattered dress whipping behind her.
I was like, it's frankly kind of a frightening reaction to be pelted with rocks. And then the scurrying away really didn't help anything.
They just let her go.
Yeah.
Don't ask
She's
any
been through
questions.
enough.
No.
She tried to steal my locket.
Dad, I was going to say, if we remember, when is the last time Rose saw her?
Oh, yeah.
When she juked out of the way and fucking left her in the street.
Now, this hotel reminded me of the Lakeview Hotel in the second game.
Oh, cool.
But I do, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that they do incorporate this hotel in Homecoming.
Okay, yeah.
Or at least the name.
Okay. Anna screams for Dahlia to stop her lies, going to throw something else at her, but she's stopped by Rose and Sybil, who hold her to the ground. Once they calm her down, they get her to introduce herself, and Anna also shares that Dahlia was cast out and that not even the darkness wants her. Rose tells Sybil that she's seen Dahlia before and that she lost her daughter too. Anna seethes that sinners deserve to lose their spawn, but Rose asks her what she's doing here, and holding up the cans of food she scavenged, Anna explains that Mother needs more food.
I don't like anything that you're saying.
No.
I mean, the monsters, I at least, whatever. They're just monsters, you know?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to be here with you.
Sybil asks if there are other people here, and Anna replies that Christabella keeps them safe and that they take refuge in the church. As Sybil continues to investigate the hotel, Rose kneels down next to Anna, asking if she's seen Sharon, but Anna just collects her cans, remarking that if Sharon has faith, she might survive. Rose notices a knife in Anna's belongings and snatches it for herself, but she and Sybil soon become aware of the religious iconography spray-painted in red on the floor, the same symbol from the school and in Sharon's drawing. Anna explains that it's on all the buildings that the elders of her elders built, a symbol of unity and faith. But scattered behind the front desk, Sybil finds fragments just like the one Rose found in the janitor's mouth, littered all over the floor. Rose stashes the knife in her boot as she kneels down to inspect them, but Sybil's attention is drawn to the mail slots against the wall. In the tattered slot for room 111, Sybil finds a folded piece of paper, and when she opens it, she finds a childlike drawing of a little girl in tears, surrounded by menacing faces, fire, and darkness. She shows it to Rose, and when she finds out which room the slot was for, the women head upstairs, leaving Anna scowling alone in the lobby.
Yo, I'm glad she remembered which one she got it out of, because I would have forgot. I'm sorry.
Looks like we got to search every room.
Yeah.
But rain pours down in sheets outside of the Brahms archives, and as soon as a light goes out in the window, Chris peeks out from the shadows of an alley. As the archivist leaves under her umbrella, Chris rushes for the door, breaking the window and twisting the knob to let himself inside.
I was like, at least you were inconspicuous.
Nope.
No. He looked like he was up to no good.
Yes, he did.
And it's a big building, dude. You think she's the only person?
Yeah. And the light just went off.
It did. But as a clock ticks incessantly overhead, he finds his way through the dark and into an office. There, he switches on the light, finding stacks of boxes, many of them burned and barely held together.
It's like, this is what every records room looks
Yeah. How lucky of him to
like.
just
Just
stumble
keep
upon
that
this.
there.
He very quickly finds a blackened box labeled Silent Hill Police Records, and he snags it along with a few others. It's too easy.
Yeah.
It's way too easy.
He moves them to a desk outside of the office and begins rifling through the old and folded papers with his frantic fingers. But he stops when he finds a file labeled A. Gillespie, and it was filed by T. Gucci. Just everything you need.
Yeah.
Why did he stop on that name, though? He doesn't know that name.
No.
Oh, yeah.
He only-
Rose knows that
Yeah.
she found it in the
Yeah.
school.
He knows Gucci.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But he opens it immediately, tracing written words with his fingers, the camera focusing in on phrases like third-degree burns and photograph of victim. Chris continues searching the file until he finds a collection of photographs, some of the school and other locations in Silent Hill, but he sinks into his seat breathlessly when he finds a photo of Alessa Gillespie, the face of his daughter staring back at him as clear as day. Wasting no time at all, Chris pulls out his cell phone, asking to be connected to the Toluca County Orphanage. As he gets the address from the operator, he flips the photograph of Alessa over, where typewritten on the back he finds information about her case. The incident date is listed as November 1st, 1974. The crime is listed as kidnapping and assault, and the location of the occurrence is the Grand Hotel, room 111.
Would all that be on there?
I don't know, dude. And I don't know who filed this, because didn't the town fucking burn down?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's why the boxes are in such a condition. I
Yeah,
guess.
that's true. Well, no, I guess time passes between the burning and the... But...
It's murky. It gets very convoluted.
Yeah.
And again, anybody who has listened to this show ever knows that I love a fucking research scene.
Yes.
This felt tacked on. It didn't
Yeah.
feel, it felt like here. I don't know. It's like you said, it's too easy.
It is, and it almost, you saying it almost feels it is very weird, because he wouldn't know that. If they were working together and somehow him and Rose were able to communicate, then he's like, look, I'm researching this over here. I found this. Were you and Sharon able to find Sharon, or were you guys able to find anything? Then it would be like, okay, we're sharing this information.
Yeah.
Or if he didn't automatically go to this page and he's just looking through it and stumbles upon it and he's like, oh my
Or
God,
the
that's my
picture.
daughter.
Yeah.
But him being like, okay, who's this? Here's a lesson. You don't know. Like you said, he doesn't know that name.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Like, what?
I don't know. To me, I think that the fact that it is so easy, it would make me start to suspect Gucci
Yeah.
Okay.
Having some, because it's like you literally left a fucking file that says Silent Hill police records by the door.
Yeah.
Like it's too much.
For Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the Grand Hotel in Silent Hill, Sybil and Rose search for room 111 and are soon joined by Anna, who cryptically states that they're wandering far from refuge here. Rose suggests that they keep Anna with them, adding that she's all they've got. She can stay downstairs. Like, she
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And if she's going to stay with us, she's got to stop saying shit like that.
My note was maybe stop talking for a while.
Yeah.
But Anna stands behind them as Sybil creeps forward with her flashlight, but she's unable to find the door to room 111 and suggests that it isn't here. But Rose stops to gaze up at a painting of a woman being burned alive at a stake. Anna describes it as the first burning, before the town had a name. She says the elders of her elders kept her pure.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rose asks if the founders of this town were witch hunters, and Anna explains that burning the witches held back the darkness and stopped the apocalypse. Rose remembers the drawing that they found downstairs, comparing it in her mind to the painting right in front of them on the wall, and she states, certainly, it's here. She removes the knife from her boot, carving through the canvas of the large painting, and through the hole she's created, she spies the marker on a door for room 111. Alerting Sybil that there's a room behind the painting, the three women climb through, entering it, and Sybil immediately notices a large hole in the wall. It opens to an adjacent building over a steep and narrow drop to the alley below. Sybil jumps over without hesitation, helping Rose to jump across too, but Rose's newfound knife doesn't make the trip, falling from her boot and into the alley. This seems like it should be more important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then maybe a moment will come up later where she needs a knife and doesn't have it, but she just loses a knife.
Yeah, that's it.
It's like in the game where it's like, you don't need this item anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
And
It's a
Anna's like,
loading
hey,
screen.
that's my wife's knife or whatever.
I did think it was funny that they jumped through the window and nobody helps our new crew member.
No.
We don't really fuck with it.
She jumps across quite clumsily.
Yeah.
But after peering around the room with her flashlight, Sybil guesses that they might be in some kind of factory, and Rose recognizes signs of a fire. So I just want to say we're leading towards an area where things have happened that we will learn.
Yeah.
But nothing happened in room 111. We just jumped to a different building.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
So I don't really understand all that.
Yeah.
Well, it was to get them to that painting, I guess.
I
don't know.
But it's in the police records.
Right.
Oh, fuck, that's true.
It's the abandoned factory next door.
What?
I don't know.
Like, everyone knows you can get there through 111.
Yeah, duh.
So would that whole factory count as that apartment?
It's a big ass,
Yeah.
and it's not great. I wouldn't
No.
I wouldn't rent that room. But as they creep forward, Rose notices movement up above as someone passes by quickly. She makes her way up a small staircase in pursuit, Sybil and Anna following her through old equipment and objects left behind. But Rose reaches the upper level, and climbing through cluttered debris, she sees a little girl huddled in the corner at the other side of the ruined room. Her purple dress is vibrant against the gray rubble as she cries, and Rose promises that she won't hurt her. The only way forward for Rose are the remains of large metal beams which stretch outward through a large hole in the floor, but she takes this precarious path, almost falling as she makes her way across. Once she reaches the other side, solemn piano overtakes the score as Rose seeks to comfort the sobbing girl. I did see on that making of that Radha Mitchell did that stunt.
Really?
That's cool as hell.
Yeah.
She was attached by a wire, but she did the entire thing balancing on the beams and jumping over.
Hell no.
Yeah, it couldn't be me.
But turning to face Rose and peering at her through her long black hair is Alessa, who rises to her feet. Rose sighs that this girl could be Sharon's twin, asking if she's Alessa, and Rose wonders where her Sharon could be. But Alessa answers by extending her arms outward, urging Rose to look at her. And as flames erupt from the sleeves of her dress, Alessa tilts her head, announcing, "I'm burning."
Oh.
Yeah, should probably stop, drop, and roll.
That's a good advice.
Let's start there.
This is an intriguing development.
Yeah. But I mean, looking at this and piecing together what we saw in the school, what we've seen since we've been here at the hotel, it's really easy to figure out what has happened here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The flames on her arms burn brightly, reaching upward and overtaking the tattered purple curtain behind her. But as Rose gasps and Sybil and Anna enter the room on the other side, Alessa and the fire disappear, leaving Rose clutching her head in confusion.
So long and good night.
But Sybil wonders how Rose was able to get to the other side, and she tosses her a long metal pipe that hangs from the ceiling, instructing her to swing her way back, which Rose does without question and is caught by Sybil on the other side. But Sybil had no way of knowing that it could hold her weight.
Yeah.
This was dangerous as fuck. Jesus.
It worked.
It's very unsafe.
But Sybil scolds her, telling her that she's going to get herself killed. But Rose explains that she just saw Dahlia's daughter. She's the one who brought them here. Sybil is confused, but Rose elaborates that Alessa is who stepped out into the road last night, the one who made her crash her car. Anna interrupts that they don't say her name here. But Sybil's flashlight finds a large metal rendering of the symbol that they've been finding all over town, the symbol of Anna's faith. She points her flashlight down into the hole in the floor as Rose mutters that something terrible happened here. But suddenly, a dozen black birds fly upward from the floor below and up out of a hole in the ceiling. Anna understands what's happening, and as she flees the room, she alerts Rose and Sybil that they have to leave. The darkness is coming. Rose and Sybil follow behind Anna, rushing downstairs and out of the hotel, and once they reach the foggy streets of Silent Hill, Anna assures them that the church isn't far. More black birds fly in formation overhead as Rose observes them in stunned horror, but Sybil urges her onward, the siren sounding overhead as the women rush through the headstones of a cemetery. At the end of the graves lies a large stone staircase, a massive church overlooking it all. The birds circle around the roof of the church, where large speakers blast the sound of the siren, and just above the speakers rests the large symbol of Anna's faith, just as it was scribbled onto Sharon's artwork. Rose stops dead, recognizing the symbol, and even flashing back to Sharon's drawing, but when she pauses, Sybil returns to collect her from her stupor. Through the graves suddenly rush dozens of townsfolk, all in dark, tattered clothing, rushing past them and with them on the steps as the large door to the church yawns open.
I was like, where the fuck have y'all been?
Yeah.
That's a great question. Are they all scavenging like Anna was?
Maybe.
Yes.
But I saw no one in this town.
Yeah.
No.
Sybil urges Rose forward, and they climb the steps together through the townsfolk, but Dahlia suddenly appears, marching down the steps against the crowd. She announces that they run not towards sanctuary, but from their fears. She clutches Sybil's arm, begging her not to join the others as they are deceived and damned. Sybil just pleads with Dahlia to join them inside, but she refuses, calling the congregation wolves in skins of sheep who have brought about their own hell and will take her with them. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But out of nowhere, a stone strikes Dahlia across the face, and Anna, the thrower of the stone, screams, "Filth and lies."
I know that Dahlia looks a little scary, but when you're pelting her in the face with rocks, I'm more inclined to believe Dahlia than I am you.
Yeah.
And we already told you once to stop that shit.
Yeah.
Sybil scolds Anna, but Rose kneels down with Dahlia as she collects herself, telling her that she's seen Alessa and asking if she's dead. Dahlia replies cryptically, "Fire doesn't cleanse, it blackens." Sybil pleads with Rose to hurry inside, and as the town begins to darken and change again, Rose attests that Alessa looks exactly like Sharon and begs to know if Alessa brought them here to Silent Hill. She asks why and what Alessa wants. Dahlia merely whispers, "Evil wakes in vengeance. Be careful what you choose." Anna breaks loose another stone from the steps as the town dips to blackness.
What the fuck?
You live here. You're the one that was like, you can't be out here, da-da-da, whatever.
Yeah.
But you're like, nah, I'm gonna throw one more rock. Like, what the fuck? Whatever happens to you, you fucking deserve it.
Yeah. So, like, we gotta go in there. I get if we stay out here, we die. But, like, I don't want to be in there.
have to?
Yeah. These are Anna's friends?
Yeah.
I'll take my chances.
But after a moment in the dark, Sybil switches on her flashlight, and the women watch as the concrete of the cemetery flakes away, as does the stone of the staircase. Sybil urges Rose to join her, and they ascend the steps towards the door of the church, but Dahlia remains where she was on the stairs. She then rises to face Anna, who still stands where she stood. Dahlia stares sternly at Anna, pointing her fingers to her own eyes like horns, and then pointing them toward Anna, as if marking her. But the flakes of the world suddenly materialize just behind Anna, in the shape of the Red Pyramid, who stands hulking, his arms outstretched triumphantly. He rasps an otherworldly breath as Anna screams, clutching her and dragging her up the steps in front of the church. He lifts her up right in front of him, and for the congregation to watch, as he tears her dress from her, leaving her naked at the end of his clutched hand. Rose pleads for God to stop this, but Red Pyramid reaches forward with his other hand, grabbing a handful of flesh at the center of Anna's chest and twisting it in his grasp. Her skin tightens, bruised and bloody as she screams, and Red Pyramid tears all the flesh from her body in a sheet, just as he did with her dress. Her flesh hangs tattered in his hand, pouring blood, as Rose and Sybil rush inside the church, and the doors crawl to a close. The Red Pyramid throws Anna's suit of flesh at the door, blood splattering against the small crack and onto Rose's face as the door finally creaks shut.
They are suspiciously clean of blood the next time we see them.
Yeah, a little bit.
But this is incredible. It's one of the most, I would say, iconic moments in the entire film.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's a wrap on Anna.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Or more like an unwrap.
Really good. Mark Summers. I love this moment so much.
Yeah.
And it kind of has everything that you want in Silent Hill.
Yeah.
It has the change of the environment, this creature, a horrific moment that is so memorable.
Yeah. I didn't know he could do that, but I mean, you learn something new every day.
Shit.
Don't be outside.
Yeah.
And she even said that.
This is about the stones, isn't it?
Yeah, good.
And I will say it is a little strange that Dahlia literally just fucking cursed her and then this happens immediately after.
Yeah.
So I think we know who we need to be buddying up to.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
I did see in the making of that this church completely is a set.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah, it took them 8 weeks to build. And they said that they actually built the stairs to the church outside too. And it was from a different location that they built the stairs. And so the church that they built, the exterior and the interior, were composited in on top of the stairs set.
Wow.
So it's digitally combined.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But again, it's completely seamless.
Yeah. I couldn't tell.
But inside, the camera rises the high walls above the congregation, all dressed in black amongst the dimly lit pews. All of the churchgoers turn to face Rose and Sybil.
And what a welcoming group of people they are.
Yeah.
Her garments now somewhat stained in Anna's blood, Rose steps forward, only for a distressed woman played by Nikki Guadagni to curse them both as witches. The congregation screams for Rose and Sybil to be sent back outside, and they rush them, grabbing at Rose and ripping her locket from her neck. But they immediately disperse when Sybil raises her gun, firing a warning shot into the church ceiling. This is her boomstick.
I am confused, though, because if she's from around here, and she's still in her police uniform, or sexy cop uniform, but y'all can see this. What do you mean, witch?
Yeah. And this is not like something that y'all don't experience because Anna knew exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
So it's like, why fuck me though? Like, well, I had nothing to do with this.
And she knows the rules.
Yeah.
She's the one that disobeyed or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But a woman's voice calls out through the crowd that this is a sanctuary. And everyone turns to face the source of the voice, and the crowd parts to make way for Christabella, played by Alice Krieg, along with 3 elders, a long-haired and very tall elder played by Stephen R. Hart, a gray-haired elder played by Ian White, a brown-haired elder played by Simon Richards, and Adam, played by Chris Britton. Don't know.
Okay, Adam.
Yeah. So Alice Krieg, Christabella. I remember her from Reign of Fire in 2002, but she did Sleepwalker in 92. She was in Thor the Dark World in 2013, and she did Gretel and Hansel in 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think wasn't that Osgood Perkins?
Was it?
I think so.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I really liked her performance that was cut from the film in Stay Alive.
Right.
Okay.
It was so good, and it's very interesting because this look that she has for Christabella is really, really Elizabeth Bathory.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember her scaring the hell out of me as the Borg when I was a child. I don't know why, but she was terrifying to me. In that making of, she said that she had read this as a sci-fi horror because she had never even heard of Silent Hill. She didn't know what the hell it was. Yeah. So once she learned that it was an adaptation, she was like, I can't remember. It was funny. She's like, I don't have kids. My nieces and nephews are halfway across the world and I don't even have a computer. Something like that. But she said that after studying the character, she approached Christabella by studying the development of the Spanish Inquisition.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, but I can see it, you know?
And she plays her part so well because you fucking hate her.
Yeah.
I know we've seen everything that's going on outside.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to ask, I wonder if there's any magic in here. But then meeting her, I was like, oh, no.
Never mind.
Yeah.
The distressed woman approaches Christabella, sobbing that Rose and Sybil lured her Anna and gave her to the fiend. But Christabella holds her hand, gently reminding her that Anna went against their laws and went alone outside into the devil's playground.
Yeah, I was like, that is not what happened at all.
No.
And in all honesty, that is pretty cool of Christabella.
Well, I mean, it's true. It's undeniable.
But she holds the woman in her arms as she cries, Christabella telling her that Anna wasn't the responsibility of these 2 strangers, but that they'll deal with them later. Like, oh, shit.
No,
Yeah.
damn it.
With a serene smile, Christabella suggests the congregation must pray together, and she leads them back to the altar at the other end of the room, the congregation kneeling around her as she begins her prayer, quoting from the book of Revelation, every line repeated in the low chorus of her flock. When the camera rises above Christabella and the group of elders, and Adam, we see that she rests at the center of their sigil, which is painted ornately into the floor in purple, gold, and blue. The camera crawls to the dark exterior of the church outside, intercut with Christabella's prayer, and her congregation gathered around her and in pews. But Christabella lifts her head to look at Rose and Sybil as she recites the final line. And anyone's name not found written in the book of life, they will be thrown into the lake of fire.
Don't like that.
No.
It's where bad folks go when they die. And though the flock doesn't repeat these words, we watch as light is slowly cast through the window above the altar, the darkness outside dispersing and returning to normal. I was like, oh, that's just going to embolden her, isn't it?
Yeah.
God damn it. But we cut to the large iron gates outside of the Toluca County Orphanage, a torrential downpour over the grounds of the massive building, where inside, Sister Margaret, played by Eve Crawford, recites, "Now I lay me down to sleep," with a group of children. She kindly puts the children to bed afterwards, walking through the large room with beds lining either side and filled with children. She reminds them that there's no talking after lights out and bids them a good night and God bless before exiting the room, closing the door behind her. Waiting in the hall and staring out of the window as rain patters against it is Chris. I do love this shot very much, the window
Yeah.
and the warmth of those lights. It's fantastic. But Chris apologizes to Sister Margaret, explaining that this couldn't wait. The nun crosses her arms, somewhat sarcastically remarking that she can't imagine why. Chris explains that 9 years ago, a baby was left outside of this orphanage, and he and his wife were the ones who adopted her. Sister Margaret expresses that she's happy for them, but she can't give out information on their children. She tries to walk away, but Chris stops her, unfolding the photo of Alessa from Gucci's file, explaining that she looks exactly like his daughter. Sister Margaret is taken aback, shock registering on her face before she apologizes to Chris, repeating that she can't help him. She tries to walk away again, but Chris stops her, remarking that the girl in the photograph must be 40 now. He grabs her arm and turns her around, pleading to know where he could find her. Fear filling her face, Sister Margaret quavers that this story isn't his alone, but all of theirs. Why?
What?
Yeah, what?
I understand, obviously, there's an underbelly of shit going on.
Right.
But I really feel like everybody is really bad at keeping secrets.
Everyone.
Yeah. And what we find out, how is it everybody?
I don't know.
I don't get that.
Being complicit, maybe? I mean, I don't know.
It's all of yours.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking from
Yeah,
here.
not
Yeah.
everyone. Yeah. And the manhandling of the nun.
Yeah, dude.
that was my note. I was like, please take your hand off the nun.
He already grabbed her to turn her around, but now he grabs her by her shoulders and he attempts to throttle her or maybe throw her down the stairs. I don't know. It's too much.
Yeah.
He's really keyed up.
It's wild. Thankfully, he's interrupted by Inspector Gucci, who suddenly walks up that nearby set of stairs. He lists the charges he has against Chris from tonight's events, breaking and entering, and apparently a little assault as well.
I mean, he's got your number.
Yeah, dude. Sister Margaret breathlessly thanks Gucci for saving her, remarking that this can't go any farther, and Gucci assures her that it won't. As she leaves, Gucci returns his attention to Chris, picking up the photo of Alessa that he dropped on the ground and commenting that he's seen 12-year-olds cover their track better than he has.
Okay.
He was a little reckless.
Yeah, Gucci stares at the photo, and Chris asks earnestly if Gucci knows her, if she's his daughter's birth mother. Gucci just shrugs wordlessly, putting the photo in his pocket and telling Chris to turn around as he snags the handcuffs from his belt. Chris asks, "What are you doing?"
Oh my God.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Fucking De Silva's, man. I'm telling you.
But later, in a room at the orphanage, Gucci sits across from Chris, explaining that he knew the girl in the photograph, but that he was told that she didn't survive the night of the big fire in Silent Hill. He says that there were these people, these fanatics. He seethes that what those people did to this child was terrible. And Sister Margaret stands near them, tears filling her eyes as she crosses her arms and listens in. But Gucci says that was 30 years ago, and it's over now. Chris disagrees that it's over, and Gucci asks, quite comically, "What's it gonna be, city boy?" I was like, what?
Yeah.
What
hell is
is
this?
happening?
Yeah.
But Gucci gives the city boy two options. He could put Chris in jail, or Chris could go home.
What about my wife and kid, dude?
Yeah.
I feel like he's like, there are things about this town. It's like my family's fucking missing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I don't care about the history of Silent Hill. That's not like, that is not what's pertinent right now.
Right, but here's the thing too. If I'm showing you this picture of somebody who's supposed to be dead or who died 30, 40 years ago or whatever he's saying, you know this tragic story, I'm telling you, that's my daughter.
Yeah.
That's I adopted her from this town or from this orphanage. I've she's been with me.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you not worried about that?
Yeah.
Why is that not like, are you sure? Do you have any pictures to prove that?
That.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Check it out. Oh, this is more concerning than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get it.
Me neither.
It feels tacked on, and learning that it's like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Chris asks if this is Gucci's form of justice, and as Gucci peels his leather gloves from his hands, he remarks that there are many forms of justice: man's, God's, and even the devil's. He reveals his palms to Chris, which are scarred with burns, explaining that certain forms of justice you just can't control. He then suggests that Chris go home to his nice warm bed and let him deal with this town and what's happened over the last 30 years. Chris weighs this as Gucci seems to agree for him, telling him, end of story. But back at the church in Silent Hill, the camera rises above a large mural of a woman being burned at the stake, which bears a Latin inscription at the top, translating to, Lord God Almighty, in your hand all victory rests. I did see in that making of this mural was painted by Canadian artist John Fraser. It took him 3 weeks.
Wow.
Damn.
And it was going on while they were building the church, but they hid faces of members of the art department in the painting.
Oh, that's so cool.
And the woman in the center of the fire who is being burned, they modeled her face not after Dahlia Gillespie, but after Deborah Kara Unger, so that it appeared to be an ancestor of Dahlia Gillespie.
Oh,
Okay.
that's cool.
Yeah.
But at the top of the mural is the railing at the second floor, which is lined with the wax drippings of candles and a few lanterns that are lit. A door opens and Christabella enters the small mezzanine of the church, Rose and Sybil following behind her as she asks how they entered Silent Hill. Rose has no idea, but explains that she lost her little girl, and all she knows is that she's supposed to be in this church. Christabella asks Rose if she's a person of faith, and Rose simply answers, I love my daughter. Christabella comments that Rose did not answer her question, and the women are soon flanked by the elders and Adam. Rose asks who Christabella is to judge her, and Christabella responds that they judge because the souls of history hang in the balance, because their faith has never failed them, and it keeps the darkness of hell at bay. Rose suggests that Christabella use her faith to help her find Sharon, but Christabella, resting on the bench of an old organ, answers that only the demon knows where Rose's daughter is. Rose requests to know where she can find this demon, but Christabella shares that no one has ever returned from the core of the darkness where the demon lies in wait. It's like, is this a fucking riddle? What's going on?
Yeah, what the hell? Just put it plainly.
Answer these questions 3 or whatever. Like, what? But completely over Christabella's pious poetry, Sybil suggests to Rose that they just leave because they're not going to find help here. But Christabella says that she won't stop Rose if she wishes to face the demon to find her daughter. Adam suddenly steps in, however, whispering that she can't go down there. But he's promptly silenced by Christabella, who rises from her seat to face Rose, suggesting that perhaps her faith will protect her. And she looks over to Sybil before adding, perhaps not. But we watch as protective minor gear is lowered for the elders to put on, and they pull the thick garments over their suits. Rose and Sybil look on, Rose telling Sybil that if she doesn't want to do this, she'll understand. She explains that Sharon is adopted, but she is her mother. She knew that from the moment that she first laid eyes on her. After a moment of eye contact, Sybil affirms that Sharon is lucky to have her, and continues, that mother is God in the eyes of a child. Flanked by her elders, and Adam, Christabella ascends the staircase to the entrance of the church, collecting Rose's locket, which she finds resting on a step. She doesn't look at it, however.
Yeah. Or give it back.
Clearly not.
Accompanied by a percussive score, the 5 of them head outside, followed by Rose and Sybil, stepping into the fog. A stringed instrument sings as the group makes their way through the streets of Silent Hill and into a large white building coated in ash. They step inside what once was the hospital, making their way past the reception desk and over to a pair of elevators.
The atmospheric shots as they walk here are incredible.
Yeah.
And there's this like really severe aerial shot of them walking into the building. And after all this talk in the church, I'm like, is this supposed to like be reminiscent of their God looking down at them?
Oh.
Because that's kind of, it was a very like striking shot.
Okay.
Christabella warns them all to stay quiet, as they are in his domain now. She directs Rose's attention to a map of the building, breaking down the layout of each floor on the wall. She urges Rose to memorize it, as her memory might save her life.
Can I just put it in my inventory? Jesus
I can't just take this with me?
I did think this was the hospital from the first one, but I think it says Brookhaven on the map, and that's the one from the second game.
Okay. But at least they're using?
Yeah.
Christabella points to a room on the map, room B151, revealing that that is where the darkness lies. She explains that the demon is in the bowels of this building, hiding behind the face of an innocent. Rose asks if that means a child, but Christabella warns her not to believe her eyes, as they will lie to her, adding that faith is the only truth. She then keeps it real, placing a hand on Rose's shoulder, telling her that she'll pray for her, but she doesn't expect her or Sybil to return.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
She bids her goodbye, instructing Adam to join her at the elevator, all of the sound draining from Rose's ears except for her own whispers as she attempts to memorize the map in front of her and her way to room B151.
Does anyone have a pen?
Yeah.
I mean, fuck.
Is this Zodiac and they're going into the thing? Like, who said I couldn't use
Right.
a pen?
I need to remember this, and I'm not going to.
No.
And I will say, she was going all over with the directions. I thought they were going to do the Konami code.
That is
okay.
exactly what I was thinking.
And someone online said that they did, but I don't think that she did.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but it was left, right. I was like, oh, what are you doing?
But Sybil breaks Rose's concentration, telling her that Christabella is killing her, but Rose insists that she needs to do this to find her daughter. The elevator doors slide open, wrenched apart with great effort by the elders, who slide a piece of metal between the doors to keep it open. Sybil peers nervously into the elevator shaft as one of the elders hands Rose a lantern, telling her that the creatures will be drawn to the light, but she won't be able to see without it. As she walks towards the elevator, Rose asks for sure if this will work, and Christabella assures her that if the demon wants her, it will. But before Rose steps onto the elevator, Christabella stops her, apologizing as she reaches into her pocket for Rose's locket, admitting that they've lived as scavengers for too long, before handing it back to Rose.
You were just going to keep my
yeah.
necklace?
Like, yoink!
She's like, oh, where are my manners?
But as she holds it in her hand, the photo of Sharon catches Christabella's eye, and shock and horror overtake her as she clenches it in her fist. She points her fingers like horns at Rose, denouncing witch. She alerts the elders. Her child is the likeness of Alessa.
It's like, okay.
Which is like, all right.
All right.
But she's, it was a weird way to say that.
Yeah.
But she says that her child is the next vessel. Sybil guards Rose from the group as Rose steps onto the elevator, and Christabella orders the group not to let the witches go down. As the elders approach, Sybil beats the fuck out of them with her baton, keeping them at bay. After making short work of two of the elders, Sybil bashes a third, just as he seizes Rose through the door of the elevator. His blood spattered against the doors, Sybil draws her gun on the group, and reaching back for the metal lodged in the elevator door, she makes eye contact with Rose, giving her one command before releasing it. Find her. Sybil removes the metal, and the doors seal shut, sending Rose down to her mission.
She's a real one, man.
Yeah, she's a bit of a badass.
She is. I will say that we could have squeezed through and then pulled it.
Yeah.
But great action hero moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's a badass. Rose screams for Sybil to open the door as the lights flicker on inside the car, and the rusted rope sends her careening to the bottom of the elevator shaft. Meanwhile, Sybil points her gun directly at Christabella, but when she pulls the trigger, it clicks empty. Christabella jumps, which is understandable.
Yeah.
But defenseless now, for some reason, Sybil just accepts her fate, and the elders beat her down bloody to the ground.
I know that we knew that Christabella was a piece of shit when we met her.
Yeah.
But this was, I was like, dude, really?
Yeah.
You know she's got no more bullets. She even put her arms down.
Mm-hmm.
The beating is really unnecessary.
Yeah.
The men do stop for a moment, but Christabella looks at them stoically, and with a slight nod, they continue to pummel Sybil with lead pipes. Rose, though, continues her frightening descent in the elevator, traveling down way too many floors. I think she might be going to hell, it seems, maybe. That was like 40 floors.
It was a lot.
But when she reaches the bottom, the elevator doors, whose interior are now smeared in blood and in the symbol of the church, open. When the hell did that happen?
I don't know.
Rose steps out with her lantern into the bowels of the hospital, steam rising around her in the dingy dark as she passes through the surgery suite. She remembers the map in her mind, quickly making her way through the nightmarish wards as the score rises tensely around her.
I would not be able to remember my own name right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So I'm really impressed that she still remembers her little code.
I did see on that making of course, they've really done a great job of differentiating all the worlds.
Yeah.
This hospital set is seemingly a part of that other world in its design with the rust and the blood and everything. But the interesting thing is that it was only 2 sections that they built. And part of it is actually a section of the school that was repurposed. But what they did is they have those corridors, and they would just redress them over and over to make it look like she's running through different spaces.
It's smart.
It works.
But when Rose rounds the corner into Ward 2A, she stops dead in her tracks when the light of her lantern catches sight of a group of women crowding in the hall, facing away from her. Their bodies are contorted, their white uniforms tight and tattered, dingy from dust, and their faces are covered roughly in bandages. These are the Dark Nurses, played by Emily Linehan, Nadia Barrasso, Noelle Boggio, Victoria Boland, Rosalind Bouguet, Alicia Bundy, Carrie Eklund, Rachel Crowther, Susanna Say, Judith Kovacs, Stephanie Lauder, Chantel Leonardo, Onika Ndukwe, Kat Olson, Melissa Panton, Sylvia Pluta, Lisa Shaw, Tamara Smeaton, and Nicole Ann St. Hill.
I love them.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
I love the nurses so much in the game. I loved seeing them here. Their movements are perfect. They look fucking amazing. I love this sequence right here.
Yeah, this was really, really, besides Pyramid Head, I feel like the nurses are a second for what Silent Hill is known for.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think in the first game, they're puppet nurses, and then in the second game, they're bubblehead nurses or something. But I mean, I don't know why the name's different. But I mean, they look fantastic.
Yeah, they said that they made 20 latex dresses for them. They had to paint all of their skin. They made the masks kind of nondescript. They said in the making of that they added more like expressions through the bandages with CG.
Really?
Yeah. But they practiced all their movements. They worked with Campanella, of course. They practice all their movements in a studio. And so watching them, they're all wearing their heels. It literally looks like they're like rehearsing for a music video or something. But it's incredible. And they tried to stay as faithful to the movements in the game as they could. And I think they fucking nailed it.
Oh, yeah.
This is probably, I know I said that first sequence is my favorite. This is arguably my favorite sequence in the film.
It's so good.
The suspense of it, the look of these nurses, the way that they move, the sound design.
Yeah.
It is so good. But as Rose shines the light on them, they all snap towards her, their movements disjointed, their bones crackling with every step as they approach Rose in formation. But when they start to get too close for comfort, Rose switches off her lantern, causing all of the dark nurses to freeze in place, the camera traveling through the group, catching the blade clutched in the hand of one of the nurses, played by Donna Milburn. Rose steels herself, telling herself that she can do this, as she slowly makes her way through the statuesque nurses. In the midst of them, a few nurses twitch here and there, their breaths escaping them raggedly as Rose creeps through.
That is part of why they're so scary to me, because I know that when they're in the dark, they don't move, but it's not like they're statues still. Like, they're still twitching. They're still, like, alive. They're just sitting on ready. They're just fucking waiting. I love them so much.
Oh, yeah.
But suddenly, the nurse with the blade reaches forward, slashing blindly and cutting the throat of the nurse in front of her. Her rampage continues, slashing another nurse across the face as Rose dips to the floor, crawling past the pale legs of the nurses, and after she exits the crowd, she leaves her lantern on the floor, switching it on to occupy their attention as she makes a run for it.
I thought she was really brave to leave the light. I
Yeah.
understand why she did it, but that was very brave of her. I'd be like, while they're busy with each other,
Yeah.
I'm out. Rhoda Mitchell did say that they worked in their choreography together. The nurses did, but the filming schedule was so intense that she did not have a lot of time to rehearse with them. And so when they were filming it, one of them punched her in the jaw.
Well, if she would have gotten trained by Patches O'Houlihan, she would have been able to dip, duck, dodge, and dip.
But the nurses crowd around the light as if moths to a flame, as Rose runs as fast as she can, traveling through rising steam until she reaches the end of the hall, bursting through the door to room B151. We dip to white. Rose shields her eyes from the brightness, but hears a small voice greet her. It's Alessa. She congratulates Rose for making it here, telling her that she did it, and her reward is the truth. Our view is soon framed raggedly in black, grainy footage of a memory projected on old film, which burns away, as Alessa asks Rose if she saw that Alessa was a good little girl, even though nobody looked at her that way. We're taken back to Midwich Elementary School, where Alessa is surrounded by her classmates in the hall, as they all chant "Burn the witch" at her. Alessa explains that their parents told them Alessa was bad, that she didn't have a father like they did. Alessa spins in the footage, circling around her taunting classmates before running past them and into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. The camera presses in on Alessa's frightful face as she notices Colin, the janitor, at the other end of the room, mopping the floor. Alessa narrates that she was all alone in the world, and with a shot of Colin grinning a sinister smile, continues that Rose knows what can happen to little girls when they're left alone. Sometime later, Dahlia arrives, with her hair a vibrant red, her face clean of ash, and coaxing Alessa out of the bathroom stall, as Alessa's voice narrates that even her mother couldn't help her, even though she loved her baby. Dahlia holds her tearful daughter, as Alessa explains that the rest of the family didn't love her, however. And we see Christabella enter the bathroom, pushing the other students out as she approaches Dahlia and Alessa, telling Dahlia that they know, even the children know, that her daughter. But she then asks Dahlia why she just won't name Alessa's father. And when Dahlia refuses, Christabella asserts that Dahlia has brought sin amongst them, and the faithful must gather in judgment, as they are called to purify this filth. Alessa begs her mother to tell her what Christabella means, but Christabella appeals to Dahlia instead, telling her that she is weak and advising her to trust her, to have faith in their virtue. She promises Dahlia that they will restore innocence. Just outside of the Grand Hotel, which appears to be bright and gorgeous in the evening lights of the city, as cars pass on the bustling street, Alessa explains that they had met many times since the town was built to restore innocence and purity. She says they even had a special place for it. And we watch as cars park outside of the Grand Hotel, members of the congregation all dressed in black, including Christabella. A car door is opened, and out steps Dahlia, dressed in the same manner as the congregation, and Alessa, who wears a pale gray dress. As the congregation leads Alessa through the halls of the Grand Hotel, Alessa asks Rose if she remembers the hotel, explaining that she led her to all of these places and she was very good at following her clues. In the footage, Christabella excuses Dahlia from the proceedings, reminding her that they fight sin, not the sinner. Alessa screams for her mother as she's dragged into the secret passage behind the painting that Rose found earlier. As elders gather around Dahlia, blocking her way to the painting, she backs away, removing her black veil, and Alessa understands that Rose knows how this feels, to lose her little girl. Dahlia laments her choice, asking herself what she's done before running away. But in the factory, which is accessed through room 111, members of the congregation gather around Christabella, who now wears an ornate purple robe, urging her followers to weep not for the demon, as they are locked in a mortal battle. As Christabella praises God for their clarity and the innocent for their sacrifice, Alessa says that they thought they knew how to cast out evil, but warns that you should be careful how you fight evil, because your weapons can turn back on you. In the center of the room, Alessa is chained above a large cask containing hot coals, resting on the large symbol of the church that Rose, Sybil, and Anna found earlier. But as Christabella begs for the return of their purity and unity, one of the chains snaps, sending Alessa's body swinging back, only to return and knock over the cask of coals. The nearby curtains catch fire, just as they did when Alessa burned for Rose earlier in the factory, and the film burns as well, just as the congregation rushes as fast as they can for the exits.
Did y'all really fucking set a kid on fire?
They
Yes.
absolutely did.
What the fuck?
Which is making me reflect on a shameful decision we all made in this month's episode of Talk Mortem.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Just get past it. Holy shit. This is fucking awful.
Yeah.
And I did not remember that about Colin.
None of
Yeah.
that at all.
I gasped out loud. I didn't remember that at all. And we watched it, well, I guess 3 years ago now for Horror Queers.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I watched it quite a bit when I was younger, and I just don't remember that happening at all.
Jules and I just watched it for my birthday in April, and I got nothing. So I don't know, maybe just parts. Well, I mean, the things that we see in this film, there's a lot to remember.
It's really horrific. It's terrible.
But sometime later, Dahlia returns to the Grand Hotel with the police, including Gucci, who find Alessa, her skin burned as dark as a shadow from the fire. How old is Gucci?
That is my question. Is this supposed to be his father?
No, his father's a barber.
Yeah.
Then what the fuck?
This is 1974.
He's a vampire.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Good answer.
Silent Hill's crazy.
But Dahlia collapses screaming as Alessa explains that this is why Dahlia is broken. She tried to get help, but she went too late. Gucci burns himself as he removes Alessa's restraints, carrying her in his arms as his uncredited officers hold Dahlia back, and she screams and writhes in pain.
Yeah, that must be him, because those are his scars.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense, really. Alessa narrates that there were good people in the town, people like Rose, who liked to help. We then see Alessa taken to the hospital, wrapped poorly in bandages, as uncredited doctors and nurses do their best to soothe her pain. As she breathes raggedly in her bed, Alessa explains that she was so lonely and hurt and scared. She says they should have known better than to hurt her so badly. As a nurse in her red uniform, played by Emily Linehan, makes her way into Alessa's room from the hall, Alessa adds that when you're hurt and scared for so long, your fear and pain turn to hate, and your hate starts to change the world. As the nurse inspects dead flowers in a vase next to Alessa's bed, Alessa explains that her hate grew and grew, burning inside of her. And as the nurse notices Alessa's raspy breaths from behind a curtain and inches her way over to peek inside, Alessa explains that her hate grew so strong that she even hurt someone who was only curious. After making eye contact with Alessa, the nurse backs away fearful, running out of the room. The small voice explains that that's when she came. And through the sliver of the sheet, we see a figure enter Alessa's room, her long black hair framing her sorrowful eyes as she peers in at Alessa. She says that she told Alessa that it was their turn, and promised Alessa that they would all fall into her darkest dream. And raising her hand to the sheet, Alessa raises her hand to meet it. As soon as they do, blackness overtakes the white sheet, rotting it, as the hospital room flakes away, the music and the score reaching a dramatic crescendo as the contents of the room swirl, soon to become the other world that Rose has experienced many times. But returning to the bright lights of room B151, the voice tells Rose that now they must talk. Rose now stands in Alessa's hospital room, the room like a dark version of what once was, with a hole in the floor belching steam just below Alessa's bed, and the nurse in red facing away from Rose, crying. Rose's clothes are now completely red as well, which is quite interesting.
I loved that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a sucker for like costume changes. I think we talked about it on Ready or Not. We've talked about it a few times, but the transformation of her outfit, I really, really loved.
Yeah.
But she walks over to approach the nurse, whose red heels click away from her as soon as she gets too close. She leaves through the tattered wall of the room, sitting down to cry alone outside. But Rose approaches the hospital bed, and through the torn sheets, she finds older Alessa, played by Laurie Ayers, breathing raggedly in her hospital bed. The younger Alessa, who Rose has been following this whole time, tells her not to be afraid as she lurches up from behind the cowering nurse. Don't angels say that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Are we taken back to that scripture outside of the field?
That's interesting. Yeah.
She tells Rose that the woman in the bed needs her help. Rose asks who she is, and Alessa answers, she is Alessa. Rose asks who she is then, and the younger Alessa explains that she has many names, but right now, she's the dark part of Alessa. It's like... Rose backs away, asking where her child is, but Dark Alessa says that Sharon is not her child. She's Alessa. So we're saying this name a lot.
Yeah.
I can't watch or think about this without laughing at you. When we had talked about it before, when we watched it for Horror Queers, that you were like, it gets so convoluted. This explanation part is just so funny to me.
And who am I? You're Alessa. It's like, what? And the
No, I'm
nurse,
not.
is the nurse Alessa too? Not quite. No. It's like, what the fuck is going on right now?
No, she's not.
You think so, but...
At least Dark Alessa is patient with her.
Yes.
She's like, look, I'll answer all your questions.
Yeah.
But a lot of the answers are going to be the same.
It's Alessa, all right? Every answer is Alessa. All of the above. But the older Alessa smiles in bed. Dark Alessa explaining that Sharon is what's left of Alessa's goodness. She says they hid her in safety in a world outside of this hell. And in grainy footage, we see Sharon being taken to the Toluca County orphanage, the pensive piano playing in the score as she is left on the doorstep as a baby by Dark Alessa and found by a nun. But Dark Alessa explains that the dream of this life must end, and so too must the dreamers within it. Look, it's getting convoluted as shit.
Yeah.
But there's still some really cool lines in here.
No,
There
yeah.
But she elaborates that for over 30 years, they've lied to their own souls. They've denied their own fate. But now is the end of days, and she is the Reaper. Rose asks what she wants, and Dark Alessa says that all they ask for is satisfaction, revenge. Rose asks her why, and Dark Alessa explains that it's because she chose. She chose Sharon. She warns that Christabella will find Sharon and plans to purify her like she did to Alessa. And Rose kneels down to Dark Alessa's level in sorrow, But Dark Alessa explains that she cannot enter the consecrated walls of their church. She can't enter while they deny their faith. But Rose can. As she touches Rose's face gingerly, Rose asks what she's supposed to do, and Dark Alessa responds simply, "Tell them the truth." She holds out her arms to Rose, who rises before her, before embracing her, Rose returning the embrace, but Dark Alessa slowly fuses her spirit into Rose's body, disappearing into her, and leaving Rose standing there, shaken. The camera rises, however, revealing the face of the nurse in red, covered in slashes, her eyes milky white as she continues to sob tears of blood.
Well, come on in, I guess. I love how the nurse looks.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite visuals in the whole film.
Well, she is, I guess, a nod to Lisa Garland from the first game.
Right. And she looks, it's the same outfit.
Yeah.
The actress plays one of the dark nurses as well.
Oh,
very nice.
That's perfect. I wanted to talk a little bit about the game because this is what I'm talking about, where if I didn't know anything, I think I would be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I literally don't even know if it makes sense. And when you have to have one of your characters like literally answering the Q&A that you know your audience has, I don't know how well that works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just going to go over a couple things from the game as best as I remember them and as best as I was able to like kind of compile them. There are going to be spoilers, so go forward just like a couple minutes if you don't want to hear them, because I am going to talk fast and I'm not going to go over every single thing. But one of the main differences is that Dahlia is the one facilitating this for Alessa in the games. Her mother is. And they're trying to use her as a kind of like a conduit in this ritual to give birth to their new god.
Oh, so Dahlia is not sympathetic
No.
at all.
No.
She's Christabella.
Okay.
Yeah. And so basically, I think it's in Origins that Travis Grady finds Alessa. She's like in a burning building, and then he deals with Dahlia. It's a whole thing. But he does stop the ritual, and he frees part of Alessa's soul. But that part becomes a baby named Cheryl.
Oh.
The freed part of Alessa becomes a baby named Cheryl. And her parents find her, her adoptive parents find her, and that's Harry Mason.
Okay.
So then Dahlia casts a spell on them to draw them back to Silent Hill. So he and Cheryl are like going on vacation there, I think. And it's all to get that part of Alessa back to complete the ritual. So then Harry stops the ritual this time, and this is where we lose Dahlia.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Alessa is finally free, but then she's reborn as another baby. And then Harry also takes this baby and names this baby Heather.
Oh.
And Heather is the one, I think it's 3, right?
Right.
That she's drawn back to Silent Hill, and I won't spoil what happens there. But that's these iterations of these babies being reborn that are all these pieces of Alessa. But it spans multiple games.
Yeah.
And I think that so much is thrown at us right here that it is very, to me, and I know the story, it is very confusing.
So they're all the likeness of Alessa, we've learned.
Yes, Christabella. Yes.
I think my thing in this film, I get this idea of older Alessa in bed and the good part of Alessa being Sharon.
Yeah.
Okay.
My question is, Dark Alessa just fucking rocks up into this hospital.
Yeah.
Who are you? You're sometimes the dark version of Alessa, but you're not always?
So
Right.
I guess she's just like evil incarnate. And
Who waits?
at this point, she was kind of conjured up by the
Hate?
hate
Yeah.
and the torture and everything that Alessa went through.
I feel like there's something about it being 3
Yeah.
that makes it to where it's like, I don't know how much this works.
Well, it's the fact again that you're having her be like,
Yeah.
no, girl, you almost got it. I'm dark Alyssa.
Yeah.
It's just like when you have to do that. Yeah, I feel like maybe you're doing too much.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it really could have just been it split, or a part of her became this like dark and evil thing that is just thirsting for revenge, because I mean she's a fucking child and what was done to her is awful.
In all fairness, with this story the way that it is now, what is exactly the need for Sharon to return to Silent Hill?
Yeah, in this iteration in the movie, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because at least in the game, it's a matter of being lured.
Yeah.
Right.
So we see from the very beginning, it's Dark Alessa that's luring Sharon to Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why does she want her here?
She wouldn't, because it's I mean, canonically in the games, it's the cult because they want to complete this ritual.
Right.
Why this personification of like kind of the pain and the hate and everything that's been done against her, she wouldn't want. I don't know.
Yeah.
I understand they're trying to explain it away with saying that she needs Rose to enter the church.
Yeah.
But I feel like you took us on a wild goose chase.
You really went the long way around on this one.
You could have just asked me.
Yeah.
But we return to the foggy streets of Silent Hill as the camera rises from the road to the window of an apartment just above the pharmacy. It passes through the living room and over to a bed where Sharon lies sleeping. What the fuck, dude?
I was like, at least they put you up in a nice spot, I guess.
She's renting an apartment in Silent Hill?
Yeah, we've been looking for you for I don't know how long.
And you heard your mother going by this pharmacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. I'm upset. I don't know what we're supposed to think that Sharon has been doing this whole time.
Yeah.
I think that obviously she was brought here and kept here by someone, but I still don't fully understand why.
I don't know. I feel like, and then what we see in a second. Well,
yeah.
Because suddenly the front door bursts open and the church elders in their minor garb toss the place. Sharon rushes from her bed to hide behind some furniture, and Dahlia is there too, apparently, rushing for the elders who are able to evade her quite easily, and she goes tumbling over them to the floor. Christabella enters the room, locking eyes with Dahlia, who pulls herself up from the floor as Christabella tells her, "The truth is clear to those who see," just as she could see that Dahlia hid this child. When?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are really dead set on getting to this kid. Dude.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta calm down.
Like obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Gotta calm down.
I feel like, I know that Rose told Dahlia that Sharon was here, the locket, etc.
Yeah.
But we've seen a lot of Dahlia since then, and none of this makes any sense to be happening.
Yeah, unless Sharon was asleep this whole time, but even that, what?
Yeah, it's very confusing.
But we cut to the road near the tree where Rose and Sharon rested together in the sunlight before their trip to Silent Hill, the lights now beaming above the road sign of the passage from Corinthians. We see Chris's car in front, escorted by Gucci, who rides behind it, the lights of his police vehicle flashing through the night. When both cars park, the young police officer steps out of the driver's seat of Chris's car as Gucci opens the back seat of his police cruiser to let out an incensed and handcuffed Chris. Gucci removes the handcuffs, and Chris snatches his car keys from the young officer, but before he steps into his car, he offers Gucci a friendly warning that he will be back with people who know what they're doing. But before Chris can close the door, Gucci stops him, taking this opportunity to tell Chris about Officer Sybil Bennett. He explains that a few years ago, some wacko abducted a kid and threw him down a mine vent in Silent Hill. He says Sybil found that boy and held on to him for 3 days, keeping him warm until they were both rescued. He assures Chris that they know what they're doing. My question is, you do?
Yeah.
She climbed into the fucking mine instead of calling someone. Spent 3 days in there instead of just calling some reinforcements to get the kid out in a few hours.
Yeah.
And we know.
I know. If we both scream down there, somebody will hear us.
2 voices.
Yeah.
Get help.
They have their own way of doing things.
And I do understand why he's saying this.
Yes.
I get the look. We've handled situations like this before or whatever. But when he's telling this story, when Sybil tells it earlier, there is no any clue that she did that.
There's no
urgency. There was no emotion to it. It was just like, you want to hear some fucked up shit?
Yeah.
That was it.
I don't even think she conveys that the child lived.
She just says that she never wants to see that happen again.
Yeah.
Never that she found the kid. Nothing.
Yeah.
You're right. It's strange.
It just feels a little weird.
It's just so funny the more that I'm thinking about it, because even in Springfield, they didn't jump down the well to save Bart.
They called Sting. Just call Sting.
Exactly. You call for help.
Yeah.
Sending out an SOS. Fuck.
But Chris just replies that he needs to do everything he can. And after a moment of awkwardness, Gucci finally closes the driver's side door of Chris's car, allowing him to drive away. But we return to the church in Silent Hill, where the congregation is erecting a stake at the center of the sanctuary, pouring barrels of gasoline onto the wooden planks as members and elders hold Sharon and Dahlia against their will. Dahlia begs Christabella to let Sharon go, but Christabella puts the blame squarely on Dahlia, commenting that her weakness led their souls to judgment, and this time she will bear witness. Again, it only happened because I fucking trusted you.
Yeah.
But Dahlia insists that Sharon is innocent. Christabella balks at this, however, calling Sharon the whelp of Alessa, which means baby, by the way.
Thank you.
She announces to her followers that the demon fathered Sharon, a disgusting abomination from Dahlia's child. They cheer wildly, and when Dahlia attempts to protest, she's bashed in the face with a plank of wood. But tied to a large ladder against the balcony is a bloody and beaten Sybil. I thought she was dead.
I did too. Well, the way that we left her.
Yeah. She urges Sharon to look at her, promising that her mother is coming. But Christabella declares that once again, her congregation is called upon to restore its innocence, and if they burn this witch, they will vanquish the evil. Sybil pleads with them not to listen to Christabella, but Christabella just raises the stakes, no pun intended, adding that they'll burn the child and fight the demon. The crowd concurs raucously, against Sybil's screams to the contrary, as she asks what the fuck is wrong with all of them. But Christabella is given a ceremonial robe, announcing that those who aid the demon must be cleansed by the fire from whence they came. She is handed a torch, and to the cheers of the crowd, Christabella sets the pyre ablaze. In disbelief, Sybil cries fearfully as her ladder is unbound, and she is lowered slowly over the crackling flames. The crowd rejoices, laughing and chanting, "Burn the witch," as the heat rises to meet Sybil's skin. As she struggles to breathe, her flesh bubbles, splitting apart as she condemns the congregation, telling them, "You're in your own hell." Christabella watches stoically as Sybil's face begins to burn and blacken, and tragically, Sybil pleads lowly, "Mama, be with me." I never caught that.
I didn't remember that either, but it kind of tore me up.
Yeah.
I was surprisingly choked up.
Yeah.
Well, it's very hard to listen to what they're saying and then see what they're doing. And it's like, man, you guys are bad people.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what makes y'all think that this is good or that this makes you good or this, but that's...
And you look at this character and whether she went about it the right way or not. She did save that little boy.
Yeah.
Even her earlier suspicions, she was looking out for Sharon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And she fucking helped Rose. She got her down. this is a hero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it is really, I mean, it's difficult to see her go out this way. And it's like, oh, evil really did win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw on that featurette that Laurie Holden said that she really was up on a 35-foot ladder with a harness digging into her skin. They really did tilt her over a real fire with the real wooden and metal spikes coming out of it.
Real fire?
That's what she said.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
She said that she was looking down at the spikes and was like, if one mistake and I'm impaled. Like, that's literally what she said.
So they did this to her.
They killed Lori. I mean, I'm sure the fire wasn't that big and she didn't get that close, but holy shit.
Still.
It makes me think of when we were talking about Talk to Me and they were like, yeah, mentally you know that it's not real, but your body doesn't know that it's not real.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine like just going home that day and taking a shower and going to bed after you were fucking suspended over a fire in spikes.
But singed and smoking, Sybil slips away into death, catching fire and burning brightly to the delight of the congregation, but to the horror of Sharon, who shields her face as she screams. And yes, it looks like she hits the dab. We'll just say it's in Sybil's honor. It is a very harrowing moment.
Yes.
She's celebrating her.
But we rise above the exterior of the church, taken back inside sometime later, as Sybil's smoking corpse is raised back to rest against the balcony, and we see that Sharon is now tied with rope to a ladder across from Sybil, chained to the balcony to soon be released into the flames. Christabella announces to her gathered flock that this is where the apocalypse began, and where they stopped the annihilation of the world. He did that in the factory.
Yeah.
So not quite. But she reminds them all that this is where they drew the line in the sand and said, as the congregation joins in, "Demon, you will not cross." But she continues that the demon is wicked, full of treachery, and yet again he comes to tempt them in the guise of an innocent. She reveals that to rid the world of this demon, they must burn Sharon. The congregation howls in agreement, but a voice breaks through the crowd, shouting that that's not going to happen. Everyone turns to the entrance of the church, where Rose stands, her hair slicked back, and her outfit as red as the blood staining her face. Sharon calls out to her mother, and Rose assures her daughter that everything is going to be okay. But upon discovering Sybil's body tied smoking to the other ladder, Rose crumbles into tears, asking, "What have they done?" Christabella announces that the witch has returned, and the crowd joins her in admonishing Rose. But Rose crosses through the group of people, urging them not to believe Christabella's lies. She tells them that she comes from a world outside of this place, a world full of life. A man breaks from the crowd to approach Rose, and full of fury, he slaps her across the face. Rose recoils for a moment, but just pushes him away, before confronting Christabella, asking why she doesn't tell them the truth that she denies even to herself, that there was no apocalypse. Silent Hill burned in the fire that they started, and nothing can save them because they're already damned. Christabella's aide, played by Maxine Dumont, then breaks from the crowd to punch Rose right in the face. The crowd gathers around Rose on the ground as Sharon screams for her mother, and Christabella orders them to burn Rose as a witch.
You can't just keep adding people to the list. Like,
No.
I'm starting to think that you're just fucking flailing.
Yeah.
And seeing Rose among all these fucking ghouls in like attendance of this church, they're all so muted and gray, and she
Yeah.
is so red and vibrant. It's just like striking.
Yeah.
I will say some of the extras are doing too much.
They're chewing up the scene, man.
They are. But Rose rises to her feet, pulling herself away from the church folk, denouncing Christabella for burning anything that she doesn't understand or can't control. She pleads with the group, telling them that Christabella uses their fear to control them. It led them to burn Alessa Gillespie, an innocent child. and Rose rages that they will not deny their guilt, and they cannot deny Alessa's pain. Christabella counters that Alessa was sin incarnate, but Rose disagrees that it is Christabella who has sinned. She's darkened the heart of an innocent, and now she says that she cowers in the face of Alessa's revenge. Christabella repeats her order for the congregants to burn Rose, but Rose once again pulls herself away, shouting emphatically that Christabella's faith brings death. She steps toward Christabella, who inches backward, scowling that Christabella is alone in this limbo, and God is not here. Without hesitation, Christabella unsheathes a blade that I didn't know she had.
No!
And she stabs Rose directly through the heart. Sharon screams from her perch on the ladder as an elder smiles sinisterly at her, and when the blade is pulled from Rose's chest, she collapses to the floor. Christabella drops the blade, holding her hands up to the congregation, proclaiming in defense that Rose was a blasphemer. The group repeats this word, all joining in the chorus of Rose's condemnation. I laughed where she's like, okay, I got it. That was too far.
Come on.
She was evil.
Where's Adam at to protest?
Yeah.
You know he's got a name. Come on, man.
Do something.
But we watch as a drop of Rose's blood falls from the blade of Christabella's dagger, and the spirit of Dark Alessa imbrues the wooden floor, spreading like disease. Dahlia wakes up on the floor finally, and Christabella watches in horror as Silent Hill once again dips into darkness. Her congregation cowers, flicking on their flashlights, as Rose holds the wound at her chest, blood pouring out of it and onto the painted altar. She bleeds blackness, which causes the floor to flake away, rising rapidly in flecks towards the ceiling and giving way to the dark metallic underbelly of the town, a fire raging underneath. Christabella shivers. What have you done? You brought the darkness in with you. She asks Rose if she knows what she's done, and Rose merely answers, for Sharon. Sharon calls out to her mother, and we watch as the wound at Rose's chest miraculously heals on its own, and she rises to her feet, centered in the shot with the burning witch on the congregation's mural, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
But she marches over to Christabella, clutching the blade that she stabbed her with in her hand. An ominous organ echoes through the church as twisting barbed wire rises from the pit of hell behind Rose, and within it is the hospital bed that holds Alessa. Christabella can't believe her eyes as the barbed wire slithers like snakes, and her congregation rushes for the door.
Now y'all want to leave.
Yeah.
Rose makes a beeline upstairs to save Sharon as Dahlia cowers behind the pews. Alessa's sharp spine sees Christabella, cinching around her arms and raising her upward. They twist around her and at her ankles, tearing her legs open as she begs for the Lord to give her the strength to stay pure. The sharp wire travels upward into her center, and blood pours from her. We watch as the barbed wire seizes other members of the church, and from the bottom of the pit, Dark Alessa climbs her way up, reaching the church floor just as the wires saw through Christabella, tearing her in half, her blood raining down upon Dark Alessa, who dances in the dour downpour.
She is just in pieces over what she has done.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
I love this shot of her dancing.
Mm-hmm.
It is very disturbing because her being in the likeness of a little girl and looking kind of like gleeful, and then everything going on around her, it was just really effective.
Oh,
for me.
yeah.
This is her vengeance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Satisfaction.
Yes.
Yeah, like Hamilton.
Yes.
Right. But as Rose reaches the mezzanine, an elder rushes for her, only to catch the tip of her blade right in the throat and falling over dead. The tall elder then attempts to stop Rose, but he's quickly snatched up in sharp wires and closed within them until he bursts into a spray of blood and gore. Alessa makes eye contact with Rose from her bed, acknowledging her assistance with the whole revenge thing that's going on right now. But Dahlia finally stands before her daughter, asking her, "Alessa, what have you become?" She turns from her daughter to face the carnage before her, walking with her bare feet through blood and guts as Alessa continues her vengeance, snatching up members of the church, bashing them, breaking them, and bloodying them. But Rose is able to get Sharon untied from the ladder, and she carries her over to an adjacent wall on the mezzanine, sitting with her on the floor and holding her, almost exactly like she did by the large tree at the beginning of the film. She closes her daughter's eyes, telling her not to look and repeating that it's all just a bad dream. But Dark Alessa slowly ascends Sharon's ladder, climbing onto the balcony and creeping her way towards Rose and Sharon. When Sharon opens her eyes, Dark Alessa looms over her, her long black hair hanging ragged over her pale white face. Sharon, understandably, faints.
Yeah.
And we do fade to black. When the light returns to Silent Hill, low ethereal music sounds in the score, and Rose removes her hand from Sharon's face, revealing her to be wide awake. Lanterns on the pews light Rose and Sharon's way to the entrance of the church, and the two walk together holding hands. But resting on the steps just in front of the door is Dahlia. Crumbled there in tears, Dahlia wonders why Alessa didn't take her like the others, and Rose answers simply, "Because you're her mother." And repeating what she learned from Sybil, she adds, "Mother is God in the eyes of a child."
I really did like that.
Yeah. Dahlia peers up tearfully at Sharon, who seems to look down at her with disdain. But Rose and Sharon return to their Jeep through the fog, Sharon laying down in the back seat and covering herself with a blanket. Rose leans in closely, whispering to her daughter, "I love you," before closing the door and sitting in the driver's seat. Before the car even starts, Sharon is seemingly fast asleep, sucking her thumb, which inspires a smile from Rose. She twists the key in the ignition, and after a few revs of the engine, the car comes to life, finally starting properly. Sharon opens her eyes with a start, but closes them again, sucking her thumb as she falls asleep.
There's some regression happening,
Yeah.
which I think is understandable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Rose turns around, returning to the road from which they came, and after passing Sybil's abandoned motorcycle, she drives straight for what appears to be the cliff's edge. But the second they cross the edge, the road returns through the fog, and Rose and Sharon continue their journey home. At home, in the bright sunlight, the phone rings, which Chris rushes to answer, fresh from the shower. The adorable family answering machine message featuring all three of the De Silvas sounds, and we see that it's Rose, calling from the driver's seat, the car tinted blue from the surrounding fog. She tells her husband that it's her, and that she's with Sharon. But when Chris answers the phone, all he hears is static on the other end. He calls out to his wife desperately, but receives no answer. But in her car, Rose announces with relief that she and Sharon are coming home. She rides through the fog, past Smitty's and the Brahms gas station, finally reaching the driveway of her house, and she heads inside with Sharon, the blue stillness surrounding them in a haze. But the camera finds Chris in the bright orange sunlight as rain pours outside, fast asleep on the couch. Rose sits in a chair across from where Chris sleeps in his world, but in this world of fog, Chris is nowhere to be seen. Sharon walks down the hall, returning to her bedroom, as Rose gazes lovingly at the empty couch. But with the brightness beaming from the windows, Chris awakens, turning to face the chair where Rose was sitting. Only here, the chair is empty. Solemn music plays as he rushes to the front door, finding it wide open, watching as the rain falls outside and onto the plants and greenery of their front yard. We are then treated to a pretty incredible end-credit sequence.
Yeah.
But the credits do roll, and I have to ask the customary question, what did you guys think of Silent Hill?
So I'll be honest. I know we had a lot to kind of pick at here and there, but overall the movie really is it's really good. It's a good film or a game adaptation into a film, and it gives us what we're looking for. Or I should I say more what we want when we're looking for a video game movie. The the beginning is kind of like, oh, what's going on already? And then you're a little worried. But once we get past that, and then you are right, T, the middle of the movie is where all the beef is at.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when we get to the end, we get that confusing, I don't understand why he's still like, so now their home is Silent Hill, but he's there too. I don't understand the ending at all.
The only thing that I could think is that maybe they were sequel, like, teasing.
I guess.
And the next film would be rescuing them from the fog world? I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. It feels like sad for the sake of sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even in the games, they came back. Like, they adopted babies. They lived their lives. They got lured back. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't get that either.
Yeah, I mean, there is things to pick apart, but I feel like the movie or the story does what it needs to do. It throws us where we need to go. It pushes us along the way. There is some, I want to say, heavy-handedness, and then there is some, well, I need to explain something to you real quick. And it's like, okay, well, if we understood as we watched, you wouldn't have to do that a few times. But... But for me, it does capture the feeling of Silent Hill. When things change, following them around, the camera angles, stuff that happens. I do feel like the movie did a really good job of keeping us in, like, feeling like we're in this setting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, just to echo what you said, the beginning, it stumbles a little bit for me. The whole the whole explanation part, it just is like funny to me, and I know that that's not the intended reception of it, but it does feel very, let me hold your hand, like, let me show you what we're trying to do here,
right? And
it does make me laugh. For me, it picks back up in that huge climax in the church. I think it's really cool. I am still sad about Sybil. But again, the very, very end when they're returning, but they don't return, it really doesn't work for me because I don't understand. Mm-hmm. Because they even helped Alessa exact her revenge.
Yeah.
I don't get, and the road puts itself back together when they're leaving. Like, I don't understand that at all. But I love the creatures. Like, overall, I think it is a really fun adaptation. It's a good movie. I just feel, for me, I just feel like it does get quite convoluted. And if I didn't have kind of a touchstone of the lore of the game, I think that I would be very confused and probably annoyed because it is, I know I keep saying convoluted, but it is.
The narrative is difficult.
Yeah.
And I think that the ending is not ambiguous in the way that's satisfying, like David Lynch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's ambiguous in the way of how did you get there?
Yeah.
Like, if there were some kind of thing that kind of points to why they're stuck here.
Right.
Because it's exactly as you said, dude. They literally helped Dark Alessa do everything.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they be, like, millionaires or something?
Sending us home with something.
If she's the devil or whatever.
Well, you would think because they said if she wants to let you leave, she'll let you leave.
Yes.
And she did. And we did help you. Are we done?
I don't know. We did everything you asked of us.
Yeah.
We brought you to the church and you slaughtered every single member.
Yeah.
In a pretty gruesome and pretty cool display.
Yeah.
But somehow we're still on your bad side. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if maybe she just likes having them around. It's like, these girls are pretty cool. But no, I feel like we can just kind of slide into ratings a little. Mm-hmm. I feel like this film is a lot of fun, as you said, and I do really appreciate all the efforts that went into it to maintain this feeling of being in this world, to be faithful to the source material in a way that is satisfying for fans in a lot of ways, but also creating something brand new that is accessible for people who don't really know the games.
Yeah.
I think that is a really, really hard balance to maintain, and I feel like they did it really well. They do have these iconic characters that may not make sense to appear in this context, but they do give a striking appearance to people who are like, what is Silent Hill?
Yeah.
And you see this kind of a thing, and it does intrigue you a lot, and it makes you hopefully want to play the games as well.
True, yeah.
Explore that lore. I didn't mean to rhyme, but that's pretty cool.
But that's how you know it's true.
Indeed. I just think that they did a lot of really great work here. There are some difficulties with that narrative. I would like a little bit more explained. I don't often say that because I like ambiguity.
Yeah.
But to see them still stuck in this fog world, it's just upsetting.
It's unsatisfying.
Yeah. And I thought that's what we were after, was satisfaction.
Right.
Hamilton.
Or Dark Alessa.
Yeah.
But I think that there are so many positives. I do appreciate all of the performances. I know I joked about Sharon hitting the dab with Sybil's death, but Sybil's death is a tragic moment.
Yeah, it's very upsetting.
And I think that it just helped me to get through that tragedy, to think of it in a humorous way.
Yeah.
Because it's very emotionally surprising to see that and to see the reaction that we all had to it.
Yeah.
I agree completely with what we said about Chris and Gucci. I feel like, again, as JP said at the beginning of this outro, it's explaining things like 10 times.
Yeah.
Because we are already about to get it explained by Dark Alessa in a very, very broken down and detailed way.
Yeah.
So why do we need it from the perspective of this cop?
We don't.
Because he literally, and who are you? Are you like 80? Yeah. Like, how the fuck are you here?
I don't know.
He's medium Alessa.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because, I mean, realistically, looking at him, he had to be at least 35 or 40.
Yeah.
Doing this in 1974? What is this town? And you lived here.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, and how did you get out?
Yeah. I don't know.
How are you part of the Brahms police force? But everybody else, is it because you were one of the good? Because she said that?
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess. It still doesn't work.
No, not really. But I love the music. I love the cinematography. The production design is a fucking achievement.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the shifting of environments is brilliant. Really, it's the only thing that brings it down is that difficulty.
Yeah.
But I have a newfound nostalgia for this film through, of course, the meeting of the love of my life.
Yeah.
And so watching this film, it does fill me with a lot of warmth and happiness. Even if it is bleak at the end, I still feel great watching it.
Yeah.
And so that does affect my score, I will be honest with you. The film's not perfect, but I do think that they did a lot of good things here. And of course, I will watch this again. Jules and I watched it together, as I said, for my birthday, because it's such a symbolic film now.
Okay.
And it's so meaningful. But for me, out of 10 silence-shattering sirens, I am going to give Silent Hill, and this might sound high, but just understand, 8 silence-shattering sirens out of 10. This film is very special to me. It's not perfect, and I can't pretend for a moment that it is. But I can give it some extra kudos for the importance that it has in my life now.
Yeah.
But I will now open the floor to you.
No, I understand it, and it does change things when they do mean something to you. I think for me the problem with the movie, because I'm the same way. I love a lot of what's happening here. I think it's just for me. It's just that it's just a story, and then the way they do it. I know that back then video games weren't like they are now, like with Until Dawn and The Quarry. They're basically interactive movies that you're going through. But I do feel like they could have just picked a 1 or 2 of the Silent Hill and try to just stick to that story as much as they could, or maybe just built from that and been like, look, we can't do this in movie form. Let's find a way to represent it in a different way. I do enjoy all the characters here, but you do have so much source material, just stick to that. But I do understand too the fans that aren't of the game, or people that aren't fans of the game, you kind of make it for them too. And I do feel like there was that balancing act that they tried to do here, but it does hurt it for me when you're constantly explaining things.
Right.
And then, like you said, babe, knowing the lore and liking the games and all that, it is kind of like, yeah, but James wouldn't have done that in 2. Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Travis wouldn't have done that in this game or in that game or this like, you do love when you play these, you do fall in love with them, but it is just that knowing too much kind of hurt it a little bit.
Yeah.
But not in like in a snobby way, because I like everything they do here.
Yeah.
It's just the explaining and then having Chris there for whatever reason. It's like, okay, I enjoyed it. I would have enjoyed it so much more if it was an all-female cast.
Yeah.
Period. I don't think that Officer Tig or Sean Bean needed to be here.
No,
I don't they didn't. But I do agree. Everything they did in this movie was really, really good, and I enjoyed the fuck out of it. So for me, on a scale of 1 to 10, silence shattering sirens, I'm going to give Silent Hill a 7.5 out of 10. I really do like what they did with the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy the adaptation they did. I just wish that maybe there wasn't so much Alessa talk. There's just a lot going on.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that anything else would just be repeating what we've already said. I did want to point out, and you kind of touched on it as well, the only thing I think that I haven't said is I love all the different representations of women in this film. Good, bad, ugly, even Sharon and Alessa and Dark Alessa and Older Alessa and Nurse Alessa and Cop Alessa and however many Alessas there were. But you know what I mean? I really love that. And I think maybe because I do enjoy that aspect of it so much, maybe that is why every time we go back to Chris and Gucci, it is like, for me, honestly, to the point where it fucks up the momentum for me, because it gets to a point when the film is really getting there that you're like, oh yeah, this fucking, like, I almost forget that they exist. And then you go back to them and it's like, what was that even for? Alessa already fucking told us all that.
Yeah.
It was a studio mandate.
Yeah. And can we stop doing that, please? Please. But yeah, other than that, I think that the creatures are fucking incredible. I think that they were acted by the people inside of the costumes really to perfection. I really have no notes on any of that. They all really blew me away. The sets, the transitions, I think that the fog, I mean, even down to that, the siren, it's all it speaks to me on a level of a person that really enjoys and has a lot of love for this franchise. But, you take the good and you take the bad with it. And the bad is the inclusion of these characters that really stick out like sore thumbs, because it feels like they were never supposed to be there. This convoluted story that you're really holding together with some duct tape and dreams. It feels like. And an ending, honestly, like I said, a beginning that stumbles and an ending that really, and I'm a self-proclaimed bleak bitch. I love that shit. I drink it up. It didn't work for me. There's something about it that just doesn't gel.
The difficulty is, if they set it up properly, it looks, feels, and sounds beautiful.
Yes, I completely agree.
But
once the credits start, you're left with but why though?
Yeah.
Why? But again, I said I wasn't going to go over all the shit again, and I'm going over all the shit again. But I really do. I have a love and a nostalgia for this, but it is not exempt from me being like, nah, y'all shouldn't have done that part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But on a scale from 1 to 10, silence shattering sirens.
You got it.
I also gave Silent Hill 7.5 silence shattering sirens. I think that this is a lot of fun. I still get a lot of enjoyment out of it, to the point where I'm like, is this a guilty pleasure situation? Because again, if you're not in this world, I don't know how effective this story is.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Silent Hill, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Please stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, be careful where you place your faith. Trusting the undeserving could leave you forever wandering the fog of your regret. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo, yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Appelin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer,
Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith,
Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D., Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Bud Hates Mushrooms, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, and Christy Michelle Wilson. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank y'all.
Thank you. We appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope you know how unforgettable you've made our lives.
Very good. And congratulations to T and Jules.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you both so much. Until next time.